I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
Good morning to everybody. A warm welcome from Sarajevo, where the Under-23 European Judo Championships is taking place over the next 3 days. Before we begin with our little recap of what to be expected and a couple of information, first I want to say good morning to my colleague, Tomasz Kowalski.
Good morning.
I'm delighted to be joined by you for this event. Right, so a couple of information before we go through the draw sheet. The first thing first is Happy World Judo Day to everybody. What a better way to spend it at an event. Right, the starting time today is 9:30 and the final block will be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As per the Met division, on Met 1 we will have the under 73 kilo category and under 52. On Met 2 you can follow under 63, under 60s and under 48 kilo category. And on Met 3 you can view under 66 and under 57 kilo category. We have the total number of 300 athletes over the next 2 days in the individual event across 40 countries. And we'll begin with a women category, the under 48 kilo, where we have 18 judoka. And top seed is Sila Erzim from Turkey. Number 2 seed is Mirera Rodriguez Salvador from Spain. Number 3 is Paulina Slachta from Poland. And number 4 is Helena Grau from Germany. I would just want to pick one more name from there before I hand it over to Thomas. And that's Ramila Aliyeva, who was a silver medalist from last year's Under-23 Europeans. So for the under-60s, that's
yes,
Thomas.
20 judokas in under 60 kilogram categories. Number 1 seed is Jean Bernabeu from Spain, already competing at IGF Tour, so experienced fighter. Number 2 seed is Lor Rafailov of Israel, Dubrovnik Senior European Cup winner this year, so definitely on form. Number 3 seed is Ariel Schulman of Israel, and he is a Riga European Cup winner and also former AOF 5th place taker. And number 4 seed is Canat Fecsko from Hungary. If I'm wrong, then please
No worries.
correct my pronunciation. And it's a cadet world championship medalist from a couple of years back, also AOF winner from a couple of years back, and this year's Sarajevo European Cup runner-up. So he knows the place, he knows how to fight here, so we can expect a lot from him.
Absolutely.
And also one more name, like a dark horse maybe, it's Nazir Talibov of Azerbaijan, this year's Cluj-Napoca winner. I saw him performing at Cluj-Napoca, so he's definitely going to be in the mix somewhere probably. Right, so this rounds up under 60.
Excellent. Under 52 then that. 21 judoka we have for today. Top seed is Annika Würfel from Germany, who's actually had under 23 European medal, but in 2019 she claimed bronze. Number 2 seed is Leonie Gonzalez of France. Number 3 is Marina Castello Diaz of Spain. And number 4 seed, another Spanish fighter, Ariana Toro Soler. And I would just want to mention Erza Muminovic from Kosovo. He is junior European champions, bronze medalist from last year, and we know the Kosovo team as a whole very strong coming up, and definitely I'm expecting to see her in the final block.
Probably with Melinda Kelmendi on her chair.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right, let's see under 66.
Yes, so 27 judokas in under 66. Number 1 seed is Radu Izoranau of Romania. He's junior world championship 5th place winner of this year, but also last year's silver medalist at under 23 Europeans. 5th and 7th on the IGF Tour, so definitely experienced fighter. Number 2 is Freddy Weisenegger of Switzerland, who is already silver medalist of Grand Prix in seniors. Last year he took 7th in the under 23, so he's definitely here to just step up a bit. Number 3 is Orlando Cazorla of France. already Grand Slam medalist from Paris. So top player, last year 5th place on under 23s. So probably he's aiming at the medal today.
Yeah.
And it's but he'll have a tough job because of unseeded Ibrahim Demirel of Turkey, who is AOF winner, this year's AOF winner, bronze medalist at juniors, so still a junior, but definitely a very good fighter in the same pool. So Cazorla will have it difficult. And number 4 is Nathaniel Zhurovel of Israel.
I think that 60-60 will be, especially Pool D, as you
Yeah.
mentioned, will be very exciting. Right, under 57 kilo category, we have 24 judoka to compete today. Top seed is Marita Pericic of Serbia, well known across the IGF tour as well. Under 23 bronze medalist in 2020, so she's been on the podium at this event, and I'm certain she's looking forward to do just as much, if not better, today. Number 2 seed, home favorite Angela Samardic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And number 3 seed is Marta Garcia Martin from Spain. And number 4 seed is German fighter Laila Gobel. Apart from the ones I mentioned, I just want to highlight last year's European, last year's European champion under 23s is Seja Ballhaus of Germany. She's unseeded in Pool D, but I don't see anyone challenging her too much if she's on top form. Of course, it's judo, everything can happen. But as of Pool D, I don't see any athletes that heavily could challenge her on her way into the final block. And over to you.
Yeah, right. In under 73 kilograms, we have 37 judoka. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest category, definitely the biggest today. And for top 4 seats is Petru Pelivan of Moldova. He's already twice Grand Slam medalist and at Athens Junior European Championship runner-up. So good fighter in this competition. Number 2 is Mark Christoph, who is also a Grand Prix medalist from last year and also cadet World Championship winner or runner-up and Junior European Championship medalist from this year. So a very good fighter, but he'll be up against Georgi Chikelidze of Georgia in the first fight. So it's going to be definitely interesting. Because,
strong one too.
Yeah, and we know that like first and second round is very important to go smoothly for those players, and if you're not winning, then you're not in the rep judge even. Okay, number 3 seat is one of my favorite fighters in this division. It's Adrian Sulca of Romania, a junior world champion from last year, and he's probably the one to watch today. But he will be up against in this pool with Umlat Demirel of Turkey, former junior world championships medalist, and to round up Joan Benjamin Gaba of France with number 4 seed, Grand Prix medalist, junior world championships runner-up, like 5th place. So very interesting lineup.
I agree. Right, before we tie on time, so I'm going to give you a quick recap of 63, but 73 will certainly be a strong one, and I'm looking forward to it. Right, 20 judoka in under 63 kilo category. Top seed is Florentina Ivanescu of Romania. Number 2 seed is Laura Fazli of Kosovo. Number 3 is Varga Brigitte of Hungary. And number 4 is Melody Turpin of France. We will go through all the results as we go along the way. It's a strong one as well. Top 1, top 2 I expect in the final, but we always say you never know. Right, we got a minute left to go. So we're going to have a look at our promotional video of the event, and we'll begin all actions on mat 2. So as we said, we begin with mat 2, but as always, you can follow any of the mats. You just have to click on the mat and you can follow all action on different mats to your wishes. On mat 2, we're going to start with Antonietta Palumbo of Italy, and she's going to be facing Pia Jacqueline Kraft from Austria. That's gonna be Palumbo in white and it'll be Croft in blue. And we've got our athletes making their way to the contest area already.
Please welcome in white from Italy.
Whilst we starting with 63, I'll continue our little lineup that we talked about previously. So top seed Ivanescu and number 2 seed of Fazlo are both strong athletes.
Yeah, and
They're about in the IGF circle as well.
yeah, and the winner of this contest, this first round, Antonietta Palumbo against Pia Kraft, will face Ivanescu. So a difficult draw for them, and they
It's a
probably want to,
tough one.
like, if they wish to go to the top, they have to not only like, you know, beat Ivanescu, but in this fight they also probably want to be like win convincingly, so that you know that you're in top shape to just face the contender.
Absolutely, not just creep through it.
Yeah, so
Right, so Palumbo of Italy in white, Croft of Australian blue. First round of the under 63 kilo category. Palumbo was trying to secure her opponent's left arm, pinning down the sleeve
not
to avoid any entry.
not the best effort by Kraft, but Palumbo
Yeah.
was quick to
She
react.
was almost like trying to escape from that sleeve being controlled by her opponent. It was a desperate
Yeah, just
movement.
a little bit of desperation here and there. Yeah, it's especially like first contest, first action, still maybe unsettled a bit, the nerves, the pressure. And if you want to be successful, you have to just grow into the tournament, but you cannot like start without total focus as well. So
Yeah, that was Palumbo seek to the combination to the right side. And she's aiming for a top right-sided grip. Now she managed to get hold of her opponent with a favorable grip. That's again Palumbo securing a stronger grip in exchange. Kraft hasn't really managed to get her hands onto Palumbo as yet to set herself to attack. It's a penalty for Kraft. That's Palumbo again, who's initiating all the grip in exchange. She's the one keep going forward.
yeah, she's definitely the more active one.
Absolutely.
And Kraft is struggling a bit with the high grip
Yes.
of the Italian fighter. She throws her hips across, but as you can see, no real pull.
Nah, might have been just because of the edge
Yeah.
of my mat.
So she had to do something
Yeah.
to avoid being penalized again. Midway through this contest, still a single Shido against Kraft.
That's again Palumbo seeking to secure a reasonable grip. She goes through with the also to Gary this time.
Yeah, nice effort, and she transitions into a Sankaku. Feet rotate her opponent to her back. She goes the other way now,
Mm-hmm.
and she's close to securing it. A nice tight. Yeah, she had the upper body really tight. It looked good.
It looked
but
as if it was gonna get, yeah. when she decided to go the opposite way, it looked that she'll get Croft on her back.
really close. Kraft was already on her side, but couldn't just do anything about the legs. Palumbo.
That's again Palumbo making sure that the sleeve is secure to her
Yeah.
favor.
She has a nice sleeve grip over there with those little ashiwavas as well. You could say like a bit of Italian style.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of grip work, some
Yeah.
small foot
certainly.
sweeps, and and then she goes for either the high grip or even the cross grip. And
Certainly.
from this cross grip, she was really close with Soto once. She tries again.
It's under a minute, and so far it's definitely Palumbo is in control of this contest. Kraft hasn't had much to say so far. Uchigari from Palumbo.
It's Kraft in trouble, cornered.
She just hasn't managed to set her favorite grip, her technique up for the whole contest. It's Palumbo who
Yeah,
took
she's in
took control of
driver's seat.
definitely took control of all the exchanges.
And it starts with the sleeve grip. She cannot get
Yep.
her collar grip, Kraft, because Palumbo is always first to grab the sleeve, then just pull it down.
And like you said, Vero is going across first, setting it up that way.
Oh, but now nice little drop. And this was really, really close to scoring. You can see a small picture-in-picture replay. Not enough of the rotation. Not enough of.
But was very
Palumbo's
close.
side. Yeah, but it's the only way I can see Kraft scoring right now, because she doesn't have her preferred grip. She has to stand in the opposite direction, so she, as we can see, she's probably
Trying to come up with something that
right-sided, but has to switch to left side, and she cannot do a lot from this position. And only those Sutemi wazas, this either Tani Otoshi or Yoko Otoshi, is her like only way of doing something.
Right, that's golden score now. 2 penalties for Kraft. I wonder if Palumbo is gonna play on the cards now, or gonna actually try and throw her opponent.
Oh,
That's
nice.
answered all my questions.
Yeah.
Right, so that's Antonietta Palumbo of Italy. He's gonna be facing Florentina Ivanescu. As we spoke about it recently, she's #1 seed, so a big one to follow for the next one. But it will be interesting.
Yeah.
I think it'll be interesting seeing Palumbo.
Yeah, she definitely has a game plan,
yes.
and if she can just execute it, like start with her preferred sleeve grip, then go either high collar or even cross grip, then she may give some problems to Ivanescu.
Agree. Right, who's coming up next, Thomas, then?
Oh, it's Habibe Afyonlu of Turkey against Celia Kozliak of Bosnia and Herzegovina, so hosts player.
Yeah.
Winner on tatami 1. In white.
Haifonlu in white, Kozlak in blue, and still the under 63 kilo category.
Next contest on red 1. Men's in the 70
So from what I've seen from Turkish team back at Junior Europeans, they had really strong team. So probably like they are doing something really well. So it's going to be very difficult for Kozliak, and her opponent is a cadet world champion from a couple of years back, Afyonlu.
So she knows how to get the job done at least. She knew in the cadets, and let's see what's the transition look like. Kozliak pick up a penalty in the meantime.
Still a junior, Habibe. This year's she competed at World Junior Championships without a result, but now she goes for a strangle. Kurieri, I think. Yeah, but it's probably across the face, so the referee calls mate.
Kozliak is trying to go across to the right side for an Senaga attempt, but Afyonlu's arm goes over the top on the right side and keeps stopping Kozliak to do any attempts. And in the meantime, she wrapped up the contest by scoring Ippon.
Yeah, great win.
The referee just gonna have a final look at the decision.
No,
Changed it to.
so not enough
Yeah.
control, I think, by Arthur, but she's in control of the contest, I think.
Absolutely, yes.
Dominating the grip.
That sleeve again. So whilst Kozlak is trying to attack to the right side, that sleeve again, very similar to the last contest we watched. Kozlak perhaps got a bit more input here than Kraft had in the previous one.
Nice transition by
But it's
Fernando.
very similar setup.
Yeah. And it's a Tadashi Hogatame
Yeah.
with the arm trapped as well. Started off as a kind of Juji Gatame transition. She lost the arm a bit, so she decided to switch into a hold down, and it's probably going to go her way. Yeah, more seconds, yeah.
Right, Habibe Afyonlu of Turkey, who's going to go through the next round of the under 63 kilo category.
Winner number 2 in white representing Turkey, Habiba Afyonlu.
Yeah, so like you can see, the first action,
Next contest on
not
the
enough
two
control, not enough of
representing
push.
First round. In
It
white
was
representing
Kozlak who
Poland,
tried a counter
Sokolovska.
that landed on her back,
In blue,
but now
representing Croatia,
in the groundwork, a nice transition. Started off as a Juji.
Yep.
She knew she couldn't go for the arm. Decided to switch and finish.
And actually, as Kozlak was trying to escape that
Yeah.
position, she put herself into a hold down instead. Right, next one up is still the under 63s.
Aleksandra Sokołowska of Poland against Ines Filipovic of Croatia. Sokołowska in white, Filipovic in blue. Yeah, I decided to introduce Sokołowska because of my knowledge of
Obviously, yes.
Polish language, not to give you any problems.
No, it's. Right, Sokołowska seems to seek to set up a grip to the left side, lunged over. But Filipovic blocked her attempt to go across for Osotogari.
She goes for a Ochigari, but a little bit
Way too
far
far,
off.
yes. It's a left versus right. So they're both gonna get perhaps comfortable grips, and that's exactly the same attempt that Sokołowska had previously tried.
It's also to Haraigoshi
Yeah.
hybrid.
Yes.
She goes with the leg, but switches the direction.
Yeah.
So it's a forward throw, and she gets a Wazari.
Representing Italy, Alessandro Magnani. In blue, representing Germany.
So Sokołowska is leading by Wazari. We still got plenty of time for Filipovic to try and even up the. Oh,
Goes
that's
for
a,
this
is again.
Yeah. This time maybe a little bit.
Filipovic blocked it the first time around so nicely. You would think that it's harder to block it
Yeah.
first time rather than the second and third, but she finds it challenging now.
Yeah,
Penalty for the Croatian
Sokołowska's-
fighter.
Yeah, Sokołowska's coach Paweł Zagrodnik, 5th place at Olympic Games, was claiming that there was enough of the rotation for a second Wazari, but obviously the referees looked at it and decided it wasn't worth it. And after that, Filipovic with her own hip technique, and now she drops for Sohi. So I think it still can go both ways. Sokołowska leading by
Yeah,
Wazari,
plenty of
but then,
time.
yeah, plenty of time. Filipovic has shown us some nice capabilities.
There it is again. This time she she clicked in on time and even tried to counter attack. Sokołowska. Big one up.
A little bit of patching up,
Yeah.
just a scratch though. So
Shouldn't be too long. We'll have a look at the replay in the meantime.
It's, for me, it's always like difficult to attack the distant leg. Look how far she has to get there, and
She's got long legs to do
yeah,
that, though.
yeah. And
Certainly utilizing on those.
yeah, but also like her body position, she has to move the upper body so far, and like she attacks both legs at the same time, more or less, going this far. Yeah, a nice Missouri for her.
Shouldn't be long for Sokolovska to return on the mat. It might pop down to mat 1. Let me just see if we can have a peek at how the medical situation is going. Right, we'll keep you updated of what's going on between Sokolovska and Filipovic, but for now we're going to pop down to mat 1 and follow the action between Magnani of Italy and Thomas of Germany, and that's the under 73 kilo category, still round 1, so we haven't missed a whole lot there. No score, just a little over 2 minutes left in this contest.
Yeah, it's Magnani in white, Thomas in blue. Oh.
Sokolovska return in the meantime. And
yeah, but we had an opportunity to see a
of
wonderful
course,
deep one by the
yes.
Italian.
As promised, we'll keep you updated, but everyone can see the top of the screen anyhow.
Yeah.
So that's another Italian win here by Magnani.
Yeah, right-sided Uchimata.
Winner on mat 1 in white representing Italy, Alessandro Magnani.
Right, coming up next, Todd Botton of Hungary, and he'll be facing Iza Nachocho of Austria. He'll be taught in a white judogi, and Nachacho of Austria in blue.
In blue representing Austria, Isa Nacho.
And the winner of this contest will face Adrian Sulka, before mentioned.
Yes.
So only number 3 seed here, but yeah, very experienced fighter.
Oh, very.
But both of them are also good. Here.
Hungarian seeking to grab the sleeve on the left.
And
And the Austrian just...
winner of senior European Cup here in Sarajevo, so he definitely knows his way around the mat here. But it's Nacho who tries to secure. I think he went for the Huizinga roll, but yeah, it's...
Yeah, no,
it's
there was
very,
not much effort going on in there.
But very popular in Austria as well. Remember Sabrina Felsmoser and Ludwig Peischer also specializing in this kind of leg roll.
So left versus right, another attempt from Nachocho. It's like he's putting in a lot of effort to start, but then cuts off his own action, stops halfway through, and you don't see that continuous movement to actually finish it off.
Yeah, he goes for Molai, maybe. Yeah, but as you said, the initiative is there, the start is good, but I think it may go like it's your first round. It's really early in the morning. Some competition you don't even start till 10, so maybe it's like, you know, a bit of pressure and not to want to open too much, like not to get in trouble like in this
he just got
position.
into one.
Yeah, the leg is still underneath his opponent, so no osaikomi, but he has to be careful with those drops.
Absolutely.
So
it's blocking the Hungarian to do much, but actually not showing much of a potential to throw for Nacho these Utamiwaza attempts. There's a penalty apiece so far. Got a little over 2 minutes left to go.
Well, this can go both
This
ways.
can go, this can go badly, and very good as well.
And now it's top, goes for Sankaku.
He paused for a moment and let himself really open there,
He gets a submission.
and pays the price for it. Yeah. Just as he escaped that exchange, you could see he froze for a moment, and the Hungarian just used that.
Yeah, he was
Split second, yes.
quick in the transition. He already knew what he wants to do. Like, he knew where his legs were. Straight into the Sankaku, gets a good, tight legs over his opponent.
Yeah.
He gets a submission.
That's a shame. It was a good contest, and I think Nacho had more to give, but he just froze. That's one thing we always say. In the transition, a split second can make a difference, and just pausing there is not really the good option. It's easier said than done. Right. Next one coming up is Umut Demirel of Turkey, and he's up against Artak Torosyan of Armenia. Still the
Demirel, last year's Junior World Championships silver medalist, unseeded here, so we'll see. But he has a tough opponent in form of Artak Torosyan of Armenia. Right-sided against left-sided. Kenkayotsu situation. Both of them trying to get close with the hips, as we have seen from the first exchange.
Yes. Well, that was a good attempt there from Torosyan. Seemed to be more of a distraction than an actual attempt to throw, but it would have gone further if he had a different approach to it. That's Demirel again throwing his right arm over the top.
Yeah. Oh.
Mata was called.
Yeah, after Mata.
Yep,
They were
that was
like,
called.
it started. The initial attack was good, but they just stepped out of it, and referee called Mate. Probably a correct call here.
That's again Demirel every single time. Demirel initiating the gripping exchange, but Torosyan is utilizing on that big movement, the way Demirel throwing his arm over the top. Torosyan again utilizing it by going for an Ouchigari.
Yeah, but it is Demirel who
Yeah.
scores to Wazari.
Yeah.
That's, again, he tries to go for this Kosoto maybe, gets his hips very close, yeah, and he follows it up with just a
I'd like to see the replay of that actually.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, so he goes for the Kosoto and then just follows it up with a lot of pushing, really,
Yes.
chasing his opponent down to the ground for Wazari.
Now he's really taking action every time Demirel comes over. Torosyan is trying to
He either
utilize and
tries to go
Yeah.
with the hip technique or switch it to Ochi. So every time
it's
Demirel-
similar to Nacho. He tries, he makes the initiative, but you don't see that going anywhere.
Yeah, he goes for
Now
the
he
winger,
followed
yeah.
it through.
And is the shime on? It's not. So it was across the face, and that it was difficult to see it from our position, and the referee had to circle around them to just ensure if it's on or off.
Little over 2 minutes left to go. So Torosyan still got some time left.
Half of the contest.
Yeah.
And we've seen him coming closer and closer with those Ochis.
He's got the potential to make change here. He just needs to finish his own time. Well, he had an opportunity, I could say, because that's all over here now.
This front pickup by Demirel. So Demirel advances to the next round, where he will face Adil Osmanov of Moldova.
Not an easy one again. We mentioned some of those names this morning, right?
Now in women's under 52 kilogram first round. In white,
Next one is under 52. You want to? Shall we stay here or
we can
we
stay, I
can.
think,
Yeah. Right, it's decided. That's under 52 kilo category coming up next, round one, and we are still on mat one. And our first contest of the category is Gabriel Dimitrova of Bulgaria and Aidan Valieva of Azerbaijan, and that will be Dimitrova in a white judogi and Valieva in blue.
So Valieva, World Championships cadets bronze medalist from this year.
So she's familiar with the setup.
Yeah, but she's still cadet. And let's see how she fares in the under 23 division.
Laura saw the attempt from the Bulgarian fighter.
They have to commit a little bit more to the grip, or else they are going to be penalized. Not really.
It's a bit of slow place, isn't it?
Yeah. Just to feel how your opponent moves, the way she wants to grab.
They're definitely building up the contest.
Winner on match 3.
That's Valieva trying to take control. Uchimata attempt on the right side.
Yeah, but not really interested in any groundwork.
Next match of the coming 3. First round for men under 66 kilograms.
That's a repeat of the same action.
She goes for Uchimata, then tries to switch it back to Ochi.
That sleeve, I think the sleeve just needs a bit more.
Yeah, but
Ooh,
she's
there.
definitely looking positive here, throwing those big attacks.
Yeah, certainly putting Dimitrova under pressure, if not for anything, for penalties.
Yeah. Dimitrova drops for a
Bit of a desperation moment there again.
Soinaga of the sleeves.
When you know that the Shido is coming, you got to do something. So yeah, that was that.
Oh, she landed on the wrong side, but no score.
Little piece of Nevaza work there from Dimitrova. Nothing too frightening for Valieva.
Valieva decides for going for two collar grip. She starts with her left hand and then goes with a high collar grip on the right. From there she launches those Ochis and Uchimatas, and it's enough to procure a Shido for her opponent.
That's been growing, I think. Yeah, that's been coming. Oh, Valieva again went for the same repeated action. Sleeve over the top, but this time Dimitrova was trying to respond with a counter attack.
A little better drop, left-sided attempt by Dimitrova. Yeah, but she knows as soon as this right arm of Valieva's goes over the top, she's in trouble. So She tries to be a step ahead, dropping here and there. And that's Valieva again with the grip, poking with the
she's-
leg,
yeah.
Ochi, Kochi, and tries to set up the Tsuchimata.
Playing on the cards, it seems.
Dimitrova
The poor
drops it,
attempt
yeah.
again from Dimitrova.
Yeah, as soon as the right arm goes over the top, it's very difficult for Dimitrova.
Yeah,
do
she's
something.
completely blocked out of the game. And there is again. Now she's trying to change her gripping
Yeah,
exchange and
she
go into
decides
right
for- yeah.
again, but it seems to be challenging. It was good enough to avoid Valieva coming in with Uchimata and all sort, but it's just not enough to progress in this contest. Second penalty for Dimitrova has been given out now.
Yeah, she's desperate now, throwing those drops. 10 seconds left to go. Drops
It was
again.
one of the best ones she tried.
Yeah. When she has the
The
arm
space,
and
isn't
yes,
it? Yeah.
space and her opponent doesn't have a grip.
Yeah.
Then maybe those soys are
Yeah, she just really needs to avoid that. And now she's trying to respond to it by different counter-attacks.
so Dimitrova has to do something.
First and foremost, try and avoid that right hand coming over, I think.
Yeah, but
That's a challenge.
Shido's down and Valieva can afford a Shido, so she can
Absolutely,
probably go
yeah.
for something like
She's got to go for it.
Like-
She's got to go for it.
like tactical win as well. But now, oh,
That was a
but she kind of like we see Valieva isn't really afraid of going deep. She probably feels comfortable. We've seen
Yeah.
Dimitrova trying some pickups, some Uranagas, but every time she tries, it's Valieva who stays on her feet, trying to even counter this counter.
Yeah.
So probably she feels comfortable. And now nice Uchimata again, straight for
she,
Shime.
I think she's more comfortable with the cross grip, but not when Valieva is with a standard grip over the top. That doesn't seem. That's when you can see her in a defensive position, band back, and trying to pull away. But yeah, it's certainly like you said. She's got 2 penalties. She's under pressure, and Valieva is heavily counting on that last and final penalty.
Yeah, and she's throwing odd attacks here and there, those Ochis and Uchimatas.
Representing Ukraine, Vadim Chernov. In blue,
Yeah, she goes in
representing
again.
Hungary,
Oh, this time a
Tomasz
nice
Balázs.
little combination. Yeah, and even when you see when they go for this clinch type or when they get really close, it's Valieva who seems like better suited for this fighting style.
For the exchange, yes.
Yeah, so
Coming to the end of the second minute in golden score, still 2 penalty for Dimitrova and no score for neither of the athletes.
she goes for Ura. Yeah, but you see again.
She falls
Dimitrova-
for loses control.
Yeah, and it's Dimitrova who goes very deep. This probably could be considered good attacks, but her opponent just seems unfazed by that. She always stands her ground, and it's always Dimitrova who ends up being on the ground, and Valieva still standing. So
Not a good look for her, is it? Valieva is seeking to get Dimitrova a step out of the contest area to wrap up the match. Not with much luck. Dimitrova noticed what her opponent's intentions was. Right. 2.5 minutes into golden score. That was a poor attempt from Dimitrova. The referee let it go.
Yeah, she bought herself some time.
Yeah.
Just by doing an attack, but she has to be careful with those because another one like this probably will
Certainly borderline of
yeah.
penalty, definitely, yes.
So I guess it's maybe the last exchange between them. If Dimitrova doesn't come up with something, she will be out. Yeah, Valieva goes for this OG again.
She's been given plenty of opportunities to try and change the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, although Valieva hasn't managed to score herself, but she's putting in reasonable effort and reasonable attacks to.
Yeah, and she got close on a couple of occasions, especially with Tsuchimata. No, this wasn't.
At least
it wasn't bad.
Yeah, no, she got Valieva out of balance at least. Yeah,
and she was deep. The rotation was there, so probably bought herself another couple of seconds.
Another exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, a little block on the hip. She has to be careful with that.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. As soon as Valieva goes over the top, it's defensive position just clicks in from Dimitrova.
She gets countered.
That's a long time coming, right?
Yeah. She couldn't handle the grip, the high grip.
No. Long on the golden score, but Aidan Valieva managed to overcome.
Yeah, and she'll be
Wazar is on the wrong
facing
side of
Tatum
that, yeah.
Keane of Great Britain in round 2 of this category.
Yes, we are still on round 1 on each mat, so we can just have a look at the next contest coming up.
Yeah, it's Mila Petrovic of Bosnia and Nikolina Nisavic of Serbia.
Next contest on mat 2 for men under 60 kilograms.
Things gonna get excited from round 2 onwards. We got loads of our seeded gonna be coming on the mat.
And on mat 1, the next contest for women under 52 kilogram first round.
Petrovic in a white judo gi and Nisavic in blue. Still round 1 under 52s.
Yeah, Nisavic, this year's AOF silver medalist, so quite an accomplished fighter, still only 18 years of age. So
yes, we got a lot of youngsters. It's quite a mixture.
Yeah, some of them competing like AOF.
Yeah, we got cadets
juniors in Prague, and some of them are still even juniors or cadets.
They always say this tournament is a good transition tournament for actually the juniors or an early seniors to transition into the world circle or IGF world circle. But at the same time, it is also a very good opportunity, I think, for cadets to just get some fights in, you know.
Especially those cadets, like when you plan the year, and you know that you have like a good cadet, then you have a good junior, maybe not yet good under 23. So you decide the cadet goes for their championships, the junior goes for their, but then if the cadet does well in the cadet level,
like European and World.
Yeah. The break
absolutely.
Between cadet championships and then under 23 lets them to go again to prepare for this under 23 maybe, like have a little break after your own cadet championships, then have a little break, then start again and see how you transition into like more mature senior judo. And I think they can make these decisions after cadet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's end of the year, so their calendar is already over.
Yeah, so you don't want to like send cadet to juniors because they are not too far off each other, like a month.
Yeah.
But here you have like 2 months
exactly
and something. So then it's a good opportunity
And if you're last year cadets, you're likely to face people on this tournament that you then will see in the junior event. So it's really a good opportunity for many age groups to come here and take their part and
get
piece
the
of the cake.
experience.
Yeah,
And usually when you're like a cadet champion already, you know you can do something, but you don't have to. So the pressure is off.
and
most of the
sometimes
time.
that's a big favor.
Yeah, so maybe like coaches say, okay, let's just see how you fare here, how you do here. The pressure is off, and you can get valuable experience, and also maybe get in
Absolutely.
the mix for the medal matches as well.
Absolutely, and like you said, often that's a treasure.
Yeah. So it's Nisavic with a Wazari with
Yeah.
this little harai into kind of makikomi movement.
And we're halfway through the contest.
She had a good connection with her arms over there. Kind of kata sankaku grip, but couldn't do anything from it.
They're certainly not waiting around to exchange the grip.
No, just come and grab.
Yeah,
A little
but Petrovic posture is not a favorable one. As soon as she was fighting for the grip, she went into a very defensive posture.
Representing Israel.
At which point your head is down, so you can't really see what's happening. And as the saying goes, where your head goes, the body follows. So having your head down is not going to do any favor for you.
And Nisavic with another one of those harai, kind of harai makikomi. Not enough of the rotation for a score, but definitely looking more active,
Representing Armenia.
more threatening with her attacks. As you said, Petrovic has to bend down a little. She's a little bit of afraid, doesn't have the best of grips here.
Yeah,
She drops for a soda, but
very far
way
out.
off.
Yeah, way off. That's it. Under a minute left to go, and that's how much got Nisavic left to hold on to her score.
She goes for the turnover again, probably. Trying to switch direction. Just a little look at the clock as well. 40 odd seconds to go here in this contest. Yeah, she's leading this contest quite comfortably.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
Like with the grip, Petrovic probably more of a right-sided player, but she has to go for a left-sided grip and stance.
And although she puts her hands on her opponent, the posture is immediately defensive. Immediately, she's open for so many attacks from Nisavic.
Again with this harai, and straight into this turnover.
Men under 60 kilogram, first round on net 2. In white
Has to go the other way as well. 11 seconds.
Yeah, not much left to go. It's going to be a last run-up for Petrovic now.
Gaiska Boras Terrero.
Yeah, as soon as she puts her hands on, she's going into that defensive position, and that's something I think might be wise to work on. So that's Nikolina Nisavic of Serbia, who's going through to the next round in the under 52 kilo category. And we got the next contest. Thomas, you're going to introduce us to?
Yeah, it's Rachel van den Meeberg of the Netherlands against Olha Kalinska of Ukraine. It'll be van den Meeberg in white and Kalinska in blue.
Representing Serbia, Nikolina Nisavic.
I wonder if it's Rachel or Rahel only by the name,
In white,
but
Rachel van der Meeberg.
yeah, van den Meeberg already third at Oberwart European Open this year, so already having some senior experience as well as in the lower age groups.
So there they are. Van der Meeberg in a white judogi and Kalinska in blue.
That was
fast
fast,
one there.
yeah, but was there enough of control?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to.
Because it started as a
Have a look at
left-sided
it.
ochi by the Ukrainian, and yeah. Van de Miebach tried some kind of a counter-attack, but she fell on her back, and yeah, it's a Nippon win for Kalinitska.
Good control from the Ukrainian.
Yeah, I think she lost grip on one side, but the other just guided her opponent to the ground. And you cannot use your back when you're countering like that. You're always in danger of, like, if you attempt a counter such as Ura Naga or any Yokoguruma and you land first on your back and your opponent has a grip and just even the slightest like hint of controlling you to the ground, it may turn out for you very badly, as was the case. She tried some kind of Ochigaeshi, but she tried to use her back for this counter, and
Yeah, and there was a reasonable distance, so she's done really well with that right time to be able to
guide her.
maintain exactly. Right, we got Monard of Switzerland in a white judogi and Lavie of Israel in blue as our next contest.
Yeah, in this category as well, I'm not sure if she mentioned her, but we have Pihla Salonen of Finland. She will be fighting in round 2. Current junior European champion, but she's definitely the one to watch. She's explosive. She has a little bit unorthodox judo, especially not seen very often in the women's divisions. A lot of pickups, a lot of uranages and stuff like that, and I'm like more than happy and looking forward to see her compete here. But let's get back, not get too carried away in the second one. Yeah, it's
We'll have
Man and
plenty to
Monard
talk about for sure.
against Ruth Lavie. It's Monard in white and Lavie in blue. And the Swiss player having good control of the sleeve, and then she tries to go with a high collar grip, right-sided. But we've seen the Israelis dropping down.
Very busy.
Yeah, very busy and dropping down usually both ways. They have this soda Saoi combination going both ways, mixing it up often with some osoto of the sleeve. So Monard has to be.
And there's a
wary of
slight
that.
height difference as well, which in that case favors Lavie of the drop techniques that she's intent to do. That's Lavie again trying to get hold of the sleeve like you mentioned, setting it up for that drop soda sayo mixture.
Yeah, halfway through, no scores, no shidos as of yet.
Monard seemed to settle for whatever she can get.
Nice little Ashiwaza there. Yeah, she started off brightly when she could get the better grip, but now it's Lavie who looks a little bit better to me. Mainly because they often, both of them, drop to the ground, but it's Lavie who is like first up, and it renders the Swiss player that she's like a little bit passive.
Yeah.
Staying on the ground for too
I
long.
think she realized the threat of those drop Senaga attempt, and
Yeah, and she
she
drops
sort of
again. Yeah,
face
and
down.
yeah, it wasn't a bad attempt, but the way she drops and stays there. Yeah, here it's enough for a Shido for Lavie, but for me when you see the kind of drop, it's not a drop because of the attack.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
she just
It's
feels
lost control.
Yeah, lose of control and feels threatened, and just drops straight.
Desperation, yes.
Yeah, straight into defensive posture on the ground.
Yeah.
So for me, these aren't the best attacks, but these were some of the attacks anyway. And now, yeah, this is
That was better.
right-sided soy attempt.
In blue, representing Azerbaijan, Ramila Aliyeva.
Just managed to step out of it. Man on Monarch. A little bit of a sidestep. Got her off.
Lovely, switching it up left and right.
She goes to this Harai again.
That was a bit of a danger there because Monad is slightly taller. There was a close call there for Lavi to be rolled into that attack. "20 seconds left to go. We got no score. Only a piece of penalty on Levy's side. Right, we are going into golden score here. Like I said, no score yet, hence we're going to golden score.
Oh, this.
Fast finish from Monad. Anna Monad of Switzerland, who is going to go through the next round.
Representing Switzerland, Manon Mounard.
I didn't expect that to be wrapped up so fast. There's your replay.
Next contest on Med 1, women under 52 kilograms. First round.
Took a little bit of
In white,
Kosoto,
representing
maybe
Italy,
a bit
Alessia
of
Tedeschi.
Gruma.
In blue, representing Great Britain,
Yeah, and a good follow-up with
Shield Bobrovska.
just pushing her opponent down to the ground.
Winner of match 3, in blue representing Armenia.
Right, coming up next, Alessia Tedeschi of Italy and Siam Bobrovska of Great Britain. That's our last contest in under 52, round 1. And that is Tedeschi in a white judo gi and Bobrovska in blue.
66 kilograms. In white representing Great Britain, Charlie Young. In blue representing Spain,
That first is right.
Alves Duarte.
Strong start from Tedeschi. Over across to the left with Nogoshi scoring Vasari in the first 22nd of the contest.
Women under 48 kilogram. First round. In white, representing Turkey, Charla Serdar. In blue, representing Portugal, Raquel Brito.
So it's Alessia Tedeschi winning. Oh,
Yeah,
leading.
taking the lead, yeah. Lovely, nice Ogoshi on the left side she did.
Now she drops to the ground.
That was Bobrovska seeking a bit of a Nevas action there. It was not really threat for Tedeschi, but Bobrovska
Yeah, but
tried a couple of things there.
Yeah, she has a great Newaza skills. That's
Yeah,
what I remember
definitely.
her for. But she tries to get close with this Uchimata, but she has to be careful attacking from the cross grip like this. And she goes for a Juji now. Just couldn't secure the arm.
And like you mentioned, Bobrovska has got a strong set of Nevasa skills, which she's showing to us now.
Yeah, this year's Cluj-Napoca European Open bronze medalist, Bobrovska. Yeah, that's how I remember her. I was commentating on this tournament, and what I remember about her is that she has really good Newaza. But now she's in trouble. It was Alessia Tedeschi with her own attempt at Juji.
Yes, halfway through the contest, is still the Italian fighter is leading by Vasari that she scored very early on in the contest and managed to maintain it.
Yeah, but apart from that, no Shido, so we can like see both
Yeah,
of them
she
trying
can
something, attempting.
Play it out.
Yeah.
Oh, that is again. It's a close call there. Yeah, Bobrovska has to be careful because Tedeschi on that left side, very powerful.
Yeah, 90 seconds left to go. Oh, nearly gets countered
Nearly, yes.
from this hip technique, and is the shime on? Yes, it's on.
Tedeschi was shocked of that Taniotoshi attempt from Bobrovska.
And a great transition, straight for the strangle.
Yeah, and Bobrovska took that split. It really takes a split second,
Yeah.
and she got the right timing.
Yeah, so yeah, and you see it's like instantly.
Yeah.
She knows what she wants to do, where the arms have to go. For a second I thought she's going with the right arm, but she used the right arm just to
lift the head.
Yeah, lift the shin a bit,
Yes.
and then goes with the left hand. So a great groundwork.
It's really that little timing that the biggest, not necessarily a problem, I shouldn't say that, but I see often is that transition waiting. They drop down and somewhat less just wait.
Yeah,
and it cost them the fight.
Yeah. Right, so we will
Right.
stay here on mat 1 with Petru Pelivan, number 1 seed, up against Heg Kun. And it's a great start by Heg. Little, I think, against the odds here. We said a lot about Petru Pelivan, already a bronze medalist at the Grand Slams, but he will have a mountain to climb right now, because it's Kun Heg who leads by Wazari with this Sutemi Waza, this kind of Kataguruma variation. Oh, he just drops to his knees, so and follows it up with a rotation. So it's not really that kind of Sutemi, more like a regular old style Kataguruma, but with a readjusted grip.
Mm-hmm. And often being number 1 seed and all these results that you mentioned, it is pressure, and I think that is certainly viewing. Heg has nothing to lose if you think about it. Fair and square, he's up against an athlete who is top 17 in the ranking, and like you mentioned, quite a wealthy results there.
Yeah,
So
but Heg also not the worst of the lot. Is it going to be a second Wazari, with this time with drop soda? There was a little bit. Oh, it was a Sodomaki
Makikomi, yeah.
yeah, but a little bit of a break there. I think it maybe took a little bit too long. And Heg.
Yeah, Palivani struggles to come up with anything against Heg.
Yeah, Heg, bronze medalist of Junior European Championships 2 years ago, so also he knows how to fight on a big stage. And he gets a second Wazari, and Pelivan is out.
Yeah, that's
Second round. Yeah, that's a surprise for me. Like, you know, Heg is definitely capable of fighting, but it's maybe one of the, like,
I think the
early
surprise
upsets.
is more how quickly this happened and
Yeah.
how almost easy, if you like.
Yeah. First grip exchange, and
Yep.
we have a Wazari. So when you're Wazari down, you have to step up, and then like try to move forwards. And it's Heg who goes for the Sotomaki Komi
Winner of match 3 in white representing
and
Great
gets
Britain,
another Wazari. So a
Yeah.
great win for the Dutch player.
Yes, we've got another top seed coming up soon on mat 2. So I think maybe we pop down to mat 2,
Yeah.
wrap up the last contest in the under 48, and then we begin with top seed in the under 63. But for now, it's a golden score on mat 2, under 48 kilo round 1. Last contest, Serdar of Turkey in white and Brito of Portugal in blue.
Yeah, and if you wish to stay with the 73s, you can always do so with just a click on the mat's name and number. But we will see if it's going to be all over. Sardar.
Brito got 2 penalties.
Yeah, so we're 30 seconds into golden score.
Serdar in the Vaza. Going for the Shime Vaza.
Is it on?
The referee's leaving it, so there's got to be a reason for that.
Yeah, but I think Serdar wasn't really even convinced that she has a good shime, because she was like not going too quick on the, like going around the head too quick, so she probably knew that there is not a good, the shime isn't on, and it's Brito with a Yoko Sutemi.
Sangokatan from Brito and the Juji Gatama. Into the second minute of golden score here. Both athletes are putting in equal amount of effort. That was close for Brito.
Oh.
That was a close call for Brito earlier with the side takedown.
Yeah, but she's 2 Shidos down, so she
Yeah,
has
she's
to
gotta
do a
go,
lot.
yeah.
And we didn't see like the first part of the fight. We only saw golden score, but now she seems like she's grown into it. So maybe she got penalized by maybe not passivity, but some other kind of mistakes, because she's definitely looking good now. And Serdar has to be careful with those kind of techniques, because there was arm underneath.
Representing Latvia, Anthony the Under.
And it may be considered wakigatame, so she has to be careful with those.
Next fight in the coming 3. First round for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing Moldova.
Certainly can go either way in terms of they both put in even amount of effort. None of them are really trying to pull back or run away from any exchanges. So when it comes to throwing each other, that can really go either way.
173 kilograms, second round. In white representing Spain, Javier Peña-Zausti. In blue representing Kosovo, Dardan Shela.
Yeah, she goes in again for the...
And she pulls it through now.
And this time even closer. So starts with a little Kosoto movement to hook the leg, and then she drops for Syoko Otoshi, I guess you can call it.
Looks like a kind of kataguruma.
Yeah, we used to do it like kataguruma or
when you had the leg.
when you
had the
grab
leg to grab.
Yeah, but
right.
Kodokan has it like Yoko Otoshi, Tani Otoshi, and Ukiwaza, and they are all basically the same, just depending on the direction you're throwing in. So I think.
Right, so Brito is through, but we got top seed coming up in the under 63 kilo category. Florentina Ivanescu of Romania, and she's going to be up against Antoniette Palumbo of Italy. We saw the Italian earlier this morning, and I'm quite keen to see this contest personally, because Palumbo showed an interesting gripping exchange, like you said, the Italian style, and that could.
She had a good game plan.
A good game, yeah, exactly.
She knew how to fight. Maybe not like the most spectacular throws, but it's not always about that. We want to see great spectacular judo, but when you're a player, you don't really care that much if you win by a Shido or by a
The
Nippon.
win is a win.
Yeah, win is a win, especially when you're facing like a very tough opponent. So
Absolutely.
let's see how.
But I think her gripping, her kumikata exchange and setup can cause problem to Ivanescu.
Yeah, Ivanescu was 5th at Tashkent World Championships. She won against Caitlin Quadros, the Brazilian Olympic medalist. So she's definitely on form. She has a good grip, Kouchigake, and cross grip. Yeah.
She's controlling this exchange certainly.
Yeah. So you see, both are right-sided. So it depends who gets the better grip on the sleeve, and if you can grab it first and then just pull it down so that your opponent cannot get your lapel, you're in a good position. And she goes for this
Ivanescu
inverted
stands
cross.
left before we switches to right
Yeah.
sided. So just when you think she's left sided, she gets hold of her opponent to the right. That's Palumbo seeking to work in the Vaza. From this angle, it didn't look anything.
No, she couldn't just get
Yeah.
either underneath or get her arm, get her leg. So a good defense by Ivanescu. And sometimes you feel that you just like that your opponent is so good, like in a good position that you cannot do anything, and you just leave them there.
I think the experience is showing on Ivanescu certainly in this exchange. It's not to undermine Palumbo, but I think that's what you see as a difference in this contest. It's just the experience.
Winner of match 3
goes for
in
a
blue representing
turnover.
Croatia, Dani
Yeah.
Kačak.
Not enough of control there to secure the
Next
hold
contest
down,
of
but
the
she now
coming
has
three.
the arm.
First round for women under 57 kilograms.
Switches
There she
into-
goes
yeah,
again.
into
In
a
white
little
representing
sankaku.
France, Kotad Manin. In blue representing Ukraine,
She just can
Sofia
rotate her opponent.
Rodinski.
She couldn't do anything from it, but some nice real ground work.
Yeah, certainly not something Palumbo perhaps want to attempt to.
No, and she
Wait
had
with
like
again.
yeah, and also like when you were fighting in Newaza and you're attacking, the defending player has to do little more.
It's a lot of
Yeah,
effort.
yeah. So it's always tiring to defend
Absolutely.
every direction, just to
It's a nice little
Get your-
space there for
yeah.
Kochi.
from cross grip. She attempts Sutemi Waza as well. So I think there is a Shido coming up for Palumbo. Yeah, she has to do something. It's Ivanescu who's definitely a little bit more active of the two.
Absolutely. But like you said as well, the right versus right is not helping. Whoever gets it first has got a better chance. And I think it's the experience. Like,
Yeah.
Palumbo is blocked out with the kumikata exchange. She's so trying hard to work on that. And then while she's busy with that, Ivanescu putting in the attacks.
And Ivanescu isn't afraid of attacking from a cross grip or from not the perfect grip. We see Palumbo tries to go for her preferred grip, and when she doesn't have it, she just doesn't attack.
And she keeps working on that whilst there is action taking place. So yeah,
She gets very Ochi.
now that's looking better for her.
Defensive posture probably.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable for Ivanescu certainly.
Yeah.
So a penalty apiece, and we got only 20 odd seconds left to go in this contest. So I think we might be going to golden score here.
Yeah, but as we could have expected, a little bit more tactical than some of the contests today, and it's a nice switch for Uchimata by Palumbo. Yeah, so great work.
Once she has the grip, she has
Yeah,
it.
she went into
She's-
cross
yeah.
grip. She got the movement of Ivanescu, because this
Yeah.
was probably the most difficult thing. Ivanescu was blocking all the time, very good, not moving too much, but she got her in motion. A little bit exchange
the
of
replay.
place. Yeah, she went for a
Very well controlled. Right, another top seed is
it's out.
out today. Antonietta Palumbo of Italy is through to the quarterfinal stage of the under 63 kilo category, and she's going to face the winner of the next contest, and that is Aytay Gadashkanli of Azerbaijan and Peter Fruzsina of Hungary. That's Gadashkanli in a white judogi and Peter in blue.
Yeah, Gadashkanli is still a junior. She competed this year at juniors in Prague, but without success.
Hungarian is looking to get a left-sided grip. Seems to have it secured. Gadashkanli happily settles for the right side. Couple of ashiwaza attempts here and there, but more for destructions rather than a throw until now.
Yeah, nice Kosoto. Good work by Gadashkanli. The follow-up was really important because she got a nice unbalance, but it was looking as Peter will just land on her buttocks. But the push was there, the drive, nice control, and a good uzari for the Azeri player.
Now back to that left versus right. Gadashkanli is trying to get rid of the Hungarian's left arm, or perhaps setting it up for a soda attack back to the other side. But I think at that moment, just trying to control it.
Yeah, she's
to avoid.
Yeah, she's leading by
making an
uzari.
action.
She can, like, you know, she can get one or two shidos even, but she probably won't want to at this stage of fight. It's like 2.5 minutes.
Outrule every
yeah.
possibilities of.
Yeah, so just to control the movement of her opponent. Yeah, she goes back to the lapel grip now. So it didn't work for her with both of the sleeps, and now it's a better
Uchimata attempt from the Hungarian judoka.
Winner of tatami 3 in white representing France.
Bit more of a sleeve, and that could have gone to the Vasari there, I think.
Yeah, she could just like rotate her opponent a little bit
Next
more.
contest on tatami 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Georgia.
Sukiwaza attempt, but way off. Couldn't get her opponent moving, and now it's Gadashkanli with a little sankaku. Yeah, here comes the leg switch, but I think it's not tight and secure. Could have been a little bit more tighter. And she goes for the rotation, and she loses completely. So
yeah, now she's
she
lost
lost.
it, yeah.
See, if she could get her foot underneath her knee, then she probably could have the rotation. But if it's foot on the foot, it's usually not going to happen. Is the triangle on?
On. There was a clear view just now.
Yeah, but
Hungary is really trying hard to
keeping hold of her own lapel with both hands, so it's going to be extremely difficult to. You see, it looked like Fruzsina Peter had it under control with both of her hands on the lapel, pulling downwards. She looked at the referee to just indicate
exactly
that it's not going to happen here.
That's another Uchimata attempt, but the sleeve, you can see that her upper body is in the position of the entrance and it's not rotating, and therefore you know that the sleeve is not.
Yeah, but she was like a little bit too far, maybe just one or two more jumps. It's hops, like can with a little bit more rotation with the arms, and she could be closer to scoring. But the upper body is too far off. So it's a nice entrance, nice beginning.
But it stays there,
yeah,
like she
yeah.
enters and
With this little setup by Dashi or Kosoto. So this is nice, but the only thing she's lacking is like a little bit of follow-up with the technique, a little bit more of the drive.
She left her neck open again. That was a chance for Rabashkanli to
go for the strangle.
To go for the Shivamasa, exactly 20 odd seconds left to go. And the fighter is still leading by Vasari. Last effort from the Hungarian. Couple of seconds left to go. She's going to go in for the last entrance. Yeah, I think that's that.
That does it. For Aytay Gardashkanli of Azerbaijan.
Right, coming up next, Melody Turpin of France, and she's going to be up against Maria Oliver Ferra from Spain. Still the under 63s, round 2, and all the winners of these contests are going straight to the quarterfinal stage of the tournament. There you go, Turpin in white judogi and Oliver Ferra in blue.
Next contest on match 2. Women's under 63 kg, second round in white from France, Melody Turpin. In blue, representing Spain, Maria Oliver Ferra.
Right, so it's Melody Turpin of France against Maria Oliver of Spain. It's Turpin in white and Oliver in blue. Strong grip by Turpin, and it's Oliver has to drop down to avoid anything bad happening to her. But this wasn't the best of attempts, so yeah, she's going to get penalized for that. But Turpin had a really nice grip, something good shaping up probably. And this is going to be Shido for Turpin, and Oliver not committing to the grip. But Oliver knows that as soon as the left arm of Turpin goes high, that Oliver is in trouble. And now nice Tani Otoshi for Wazari. Great score by Maria Oliver. Tani Otoshi by the Spaniard for Wazari, but with nearly two and a half minutes left to go, she has to be careful. She has a good score, and now she goes down for Ippon with this Ochi into Chimata combination. So it's Melody Turpin France who advances to the quarterfinals of under 63.
Winner on match 3 in blue representing Portugal.
French style Ochi Uchimata hybrid. It goes rather clear Ochi, but with a little bit of forward rotation as well.
Representing Turkey,
Next contest of the time 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Spain, Adriana Rodriguez Salvador.
Right, so we
In
have
blue representing Poland, Isabella Socha.
now under 63 kilogram category round 2, Annabel Winzik of Germany against Habibe Afyonlu of Turkey. We've seen Afyonlu before, former cadet world medalist. It's Winzik in white, Afyonlu in blue, and a nice Uchimata by Winzik. She goes for the soda, tries to switch it back to Ochi. Slight height difference between the two. Winzik goes for the Uchimata again. Right-sided against left-sided, so a Kenkayot situation, and Aflonu goes for a pickup for Uranage, but she gets into a Tateshi Hogatame. She's in trouble now. Is it secure enough by Winzik? Yeah, it's still on. Oh, it's now on only. Okay, so yeah, it's a Nippon. So a convincing win by Winzik of Germany. And a place in the quarterfinal of under 63 kilogram category.
Winner on match 2, in white, representing Germany, Annabel Winzig. Next contest for women under 63 kilograms, second round. In white, representing Kosovo, Laura Fazliou. In blue.
Right, coming up next, Laura Fazliou of Kosovo against Aida Vasilevskaite of Lithuania. Another place at the quarterfinals. Yeah, we've been speaking a bit about Fazliou.
And the team itself, the Kosovo team itself, yes.
Yeah, we can see Malinda Kalmendi in the coach's chair, Olympic champion.
Yes. And Fazliou won silver medal at the Senior Europeans this year, as well as she got the bronze medal at the under 23s in 2020. So she's been there, done it, I'm sure. She's aiming for gold.
Yeah.
They always do.
Yeah, and you can never underestimate them. Like
Absolutely not.
What the team Kosovo did in the last Olympics, it's like, yeah, they are making history.
And in the last 8 to 10 years, in fact.
Yeah, but like, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's a Shido for the Lithuanian.
Strong gripping exchanges, strong control from Fazliou.
And a nice.
Wraps it out quick.
Yeah, she had a good grip. Vasilevskaite was clearly struggling. And especially since she's, I think, a little taller, then when you get this, like, when you get under this high grip, it's extremely difficult for you.
Very.
She struggles and this Uchimata for a Nippon. She goes inside. She doesn't even have to raise the leg this high because of the posture, the position of her opponent. She was really bent down. Her head was already down. Just a little nudge with the leg was enough for her to throw for a Nippon.
Yes, exactly. That was not, it didn't seem like a lot of effort.
No.
Right, next, yeah, go on.
Most of the work went with the arms.
Yes, so strong control, yeah.
The grip, the bending, and then just a little.
Absolutely. Right, who do we got next? Flavia Favorini of Italy in a white judogi and Aleksandra Sokolowska of Poland.
Yeah, in blue.
We've seen Sokolovska earlier this morning.
Yeah, we've kind of stopped the contest when
Yeah.
she needed some medical attention, but she came through. I think it ended on the Swazari she scored.
It's a strong
Yeah, strong grip by Favorini.
Favorini, yes. Doesn't look like Sokolovska's got much to say in regards to the gripping exchange. These are the top 16 is always so important because that's the contest you go through the quarterfinal and still stand a chance to medal. But anything prior to that is
Yeah, it means you're out.
out, yeah. And so these are really the make or break sometimes, these contests. Almost like the first stage, and then the second stage is the top 8.
Favorini attempts this little Italian-style Ouchigari. We've seen it happening very often, and it's Sokolovska who picks up first Judo.
In white, representing Austria, Verena Hidden. In blue, representing Czech Republic, Marie Polninska.
That was a work from Favorini.
Yeah, she has a Sankaku, but she loses the head. Tries to switch it for a Shimewaza. But it looks as if it's across the face, yeah. So the referee calls mate.
Winner on net 1 in white representing Italy, Luca Rubega.
Pays through gripping exchange, but that's again Favorini who had for a second what we thought to be a control grip. She's breaking her way through to get that left-sided grip. And in the meantime, the Polish fighter just lunged forward with one hand to an Osotogari.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad effort, especially taking like the position she's in into consideration. She clearly struggles with the grip, but she tries to launch some attacks from only one sleeve. And we've seen her like in a different stance, right against left, but we know she can go deep with the Sosoto, so it's probably her best shot. But now,
oh, what a pity there, right?
Yeah.
What a pity, that one.
Nice.
It's really an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, yeah. It didn't look like she would.
Is the
drop
timing?
yeah.
That was the time. That was a pity.
But a nice and I think convincing win by Favorini. And she will fight in the quarterfinal. Yeah. So we'll stay on this mat for 2 more round of 16 contests to wrap up the under 63 kilogram category. It will be Brigitta Varga of Hungary against Ayten Yeksan of Turkey. Varga in white, Yeksan in blue.
Stronger breaking the grip from the Hungarian. Good control over the sleeve. She strides over the top. She's a very tall fighter as well. Goes over the top, left side, controlling the gripping exchange.
Yeah,
but now it's time to make use of that gripping exchange. She's trying to set it up with the feet.
Varga already quite an accomplished competitor, winning medals at cadets and junior world championships. Even an odd Grand Slam medal as well to her name, so it'll be a difficult job for Yeksan.
Yes, it certainly, especially after the first exchange, you could see that Varga was really controlling that gripping exchange.
Yeah, she has a nice grip, then goes for a cross, and yeah, was it enough for a score? I think the referee was on the other side, so he couldn't see
have really
landing properly, but
winner on net 3 in white representing Austria.
But obviously it's going to be looked at the table. if the landing was enough for a score.
Next contest on tatami 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In white, representing France, Ophélie Velozzi.
Yeah, maybe.
Really borderline, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like if the other leg
Yeah.
would go on the other side of the body, it would definitely be a score. But
Very much borderline. Yeah,
yeah,
it passes the
yeah.
line.
So the upper body rotation was enough, and it's a Wazari. It's not on the board. No, it's on the board right now. Okay.
Now Yakshan got the wake-up call, if you like, and started going forward a bit more, but Varga is still putting her opponent in a really bad position with that strong top left-sided grip, breaking Yakshan's posture completely. The only thing she could do from there is that little ouchigari attempt. That's Yakshan really coming forward now.
Yeah, she has like nothing to lose. She still has time. Now it goes for right-sided Surikomi Goshi. Kind of a Goshi.
Oh, Goshi attempt. It looked good, but she went in, came out, and sort of dropped on her knees.
She's not given up, definitely. She's still like pushing, chasing her opponent. She knows she has a lot of time. She just has to be careful not to step onto one of those harai goshis of her opponent.
She really needs to get rid of that left hand. That's why she's keeping her right arm away, so that she's got the chance to still go over the waist.
Now Varga under a lot of pressure. She steps out, but with some small attacks, so no Shido for that.
Yeah, she keeps trying to go through.
Yeah, but as I said, she has to be careful not to step into one of those attacks as she chases her opponent around the mat.
Winner on round 1 in white, representing Azerbaijan, Nariman Mirzayev.
A little over a minute left to go now. That's Varga still leading. By Vazari and...
Yeah, but she keeps holding her
Gave that
knee.
away.
But yeah, so definitely there might be a small problem with Varga's knee.
She literally just walked out of the contest area. That could put her in a danger of another penalty, so she needs to watch out for that. There's again a strong left-sided grip. Change of direction from Yakshan. This time she decided to go to the left side. Again, Varga immediately contours the sleeve. That's Yakshan again trying to keep away. But Varga is high different. Is
significant.
It's significant, and that makes it very easy for her to just throw her arm over the top.
And we've seen her scoring from this cross grip with a Sotomaki Komi. And now she decided to switch direction into this kind of Sotogari from this position. And that's when she's really dangerous, like threatening to her opponent. And she can launch the left arm over the top. She goes for Sumigaeshi for another Wazari. Yeah. And it wraps it up. With 15 seconds left in this contest, she was comfortably leading by a Wazari and gets another one with a Sumigaeshi. But yeah, definitely Eksan put up a lot of pressure here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, she wasn't. It wasn't a bad contest for her. It's just that this first
Winner on match 2.
Soto Makikomi in the
White from
first minute just set the mood for the contest.
Absolutely,
so she had
yeah,
to
that was
chase
her
her
wake-up
around,
call, yeah.
This contest on match 2, women under 63
So,
kilograms.
Varga Brigita is through to the quarterfinal stage, and coming up next we have Nadia Krakten of the Netherlands and Ioana Manova of Bulgaria, and that's the last contest of run 2 in the under 63 kilo category. That's Krakten in a white judogi and Manova in blue. Fast exchange between the two of them, both seeking to get hold of the lapel and the sleeve. They got a sleeve apiece. Manova picks up a penalty. Now she's trying to go across instead of going straight for the arm. She's trying to pull her opponent arm across to set up her grip on the right side. Again, the motto for the sleeves, they all want a piece each. Right versus right, so it's going to be a lot of kumikata troubles here. That's now Krakten, who seems to have the better grip over the top on the right side, but Nova uses her Ashiwaza skills to get Krakten out of balance and by that losing her controllable grip. Again, sleeve. Krakten took the risk, although she had 2 sleeves only. She went in for Uchimata. Close call from Manova to counter her opponent, who's now trying to seek action in Navaza. Right versus right setup again. Manova is holding on to Krakten right arm really strong as the Dutch fighter is trying to break away from it. But she's breaking her posture while she's trying to break the grip. And that can put her in a potential danger. And she's unable to focus on the contest because she's focusing on breaking that grip. And whilst being busy with that, she walked out of the contest area picking up a penalty.
Next contest of Tatami 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms.
Again, she needs to be careful using her leg as a support of breaking the grip because that will cause her another penalty.
Representing Ukraine, Anastasia.
But she's certainly destructive by Manova's control over that sleeve. That's Manova seeking to succeed in Navaza again. A minute and a half left to go. That's another penalty for Manova now, so she's under pressure. One more penalty and that will be it for her. Krakten is managed to avoid Manova's controlling her light sleeve, and over the top right side there is the Bulgarian again breaking the grip. There's a lot of gripping exchange going on here because they're both right versus right, and it's very difficult often to get your favorable grip and be able to make a reasonable attack. That's Manova again in Navaza. We've got a minute left to go. It's 2-1 on penalties, and it's not in favor of Manova, who really needs to come forward now and perhaps do slightly more than just controlling Krakten's right arm. Again, got the sleeve. Krakten is trying to break that sleeve, decide to go on the lapel, managed to catch the lapel. There's a lot of battle on that Kumikata exchange. Kraken in a good position now. Batmanova broke the grip, and so we start again. Ouchigari attempt from Kraken, bit far out. And that was a nice attack from Manova. Kochi on the right side.
In white, representing Great Britain, Ethan Hare.
Straight into Nevaza.
Winner of tatami 3 in blue representing Ukraine, Anastasia Chizelska.
Next contest open 1, minus 73 kilograms, second round. In white, representing
Right, we're going to go into gold and score here.
in blue, representing Georgia, Georgi Chkirgelidze.
Next contest on tatami 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Georgia, Nino.
So that's gold and score. Last run to contest of the under 63s. And there was a lot of work with the Kumikata between the two of them, which continues. Kraken managed to get right-sided grip now. Seem to be in control. There's a bit of a tricky situation on the edge. That's Manova again who breaks away, goes to the right, and that's constant battle for the grip. And just as Manova tried to put her hands on and get a half reasonable grip on the right side again, Nadia Kraken catches her in action. So that's the Dutch girl is going through to the quarterfinal stage of the under 63 kilo category. There is the replay, and then we're going to move to Met 1. We have number 2 seed in action from Bulgaria.
Mark Christoph, Grand Prix medalist already, cadet World Championships medalist from a couple of years back. But he's up against Georgi Chkirgelidze of Georgia. It's a Shirua piece, and we are in little under a minute into the contest. It's Christoph in white, Chkirgelidze in blue. Christoph goes for the pickup, but he has to be careful as Georgians are usually quite good at this kind of situations.
Winner tatami 3 in the blue representing Italy, Tauni David
Chkirgelidze happy with fighting from the cross grip situation.
Next contest is tatami 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In blue, in white representing Turkey, Hazret Bozkurt. In blue representing Germany, Sea Bauhaus.
The referee gives Georgi Chkirgelidze a little bit time to tidy up. And they're good to go, so 2.5 minutes into this contest. Chkirgelidze trying to get close to his opponent. Throwing its right arm. Christoph with a nice little sasae to break the balance, break the grip.
We're halfway through to the contest already. Penalty apiece.
Some minor instruction how to properly tie the belt. It doesn't happen very often on this level.
I think we can call it a warning, isn't it?
Yeah, so now he has to be extremely precise where his belt goes after each exchange. And a nice Osoto attempt by Christoph from this quite extreme position, right against right. Grabs for a Kataguruma, but way off.
Very far, yeah.
Yeah. And he has to be careful because whoever gets the next Shido will be in a difficult position with 90 seconds left, both on Shidos. And
closed up, locked in situation.
I'd say usually it would favor the Georgian if you look at like
Despite
most
the
of
style, yeah.
most of the contests, but we've seen Christoph really good in those positions as well. The Bulgarian.
Nice
Fast.
effort
Yeah,
there.
that was fast. Tayotoshi.
There are a lot of so-called frightening attacks, but you can see they're not going anywhere because they're not finishing them. Under a minute left to go, still a penalty apiece. Again, a great attempt from Christoph for Kochi, but there was no grips at all. There's no control on the upper half of the body.
You can see him attempting the turnover. With this kind of under the belt grip. Very uncomfortable one if done properly.
The Georgian is really trying to figure out where, what position is the best to grip. We went from outside, circle the run top, try to go across, but Christoph like a brick wall, not moving.
Yeah, he used both lapel grip for a second just to keep his opponent at bay, maintain the distance. So when he cannot get the sleeve, he's happy to go with left hand on the lapel as well. And now he drops for Soi and
Yeah.
Was there enough of control? It's called as a Wazari, but obviously the referees will have a look at that as well. Chikhelidze attempted
Slightly pulled him onto himself, really.
counter, but he really pulled.
They get the right time, probably got the reaction just on time to turn back and
and the
go
control
with the
was
motion.
there, with the arms. He finishes off on his opponent, Christoph, so no claim for Chikhelidze that it was his action. It's Mark Christoph who advanced.
Smart move from Christoph to kind of turn back halfway through and be like, yeah, I could actually do that too. Number 2 seed Mark Christoph is through to the next round.
And we'll see his opponent in the round 3. Now down on mat 1, it'll be Alessandro Magnani of Italy against Turpal Djukaev of Finland.
Yes, and we're going to leave you guys to it if you want to follow that, because we've got top seed on mat 2 in the under 60 kilo category. So we're going to go down to mat 2, where you got Jaume Bernabeu of Spain, and he's up against Alexandru Matai of Romania. And it's again an important one because the winner of this contest goes through to the quarterfinal stage.
It's a golden score, 2 Shidos to Bernabeu's name, only one against Alexandru Matei. Both very explosive, dynamic. I've only caught some glimpses of this contest during watching the previous one, and it's now a big hip attempt by the Spaniard.
Sort of the nature of the weight category as well. The speed is sometimes incredible.
goes across with the
Yeah,
hip, but
Bernabeu.
just couldn't rotate his opponent.
Two to one on penalties, and that's not in favor of Bernabeu. He picked up 2 penalties, so he's under pressure right now. One more, and he's gonna have to back it up for the day. So it's really crucial for him to close attack again from Mate, and he stays in there. Hooked him for the Ochi. Just for a moment when it looked like they're gonna break away, he kept going.
Yeah.
Caught another second action and
Yeah,
got back up on his knee.
this first one was really close, and
Yeah.
it seemed that like the action is off.
It's broken, yeah.
But he stood up, switched direction again, and a nice win by Matej.
Seems like it's the falling of the top seeds today.
Yeah, but like, you know, when you go out of cadet, you don't really have the ranking yet. And Matej is already AOF silver medalist, cadet championships bronze medalist from a couple of years back. So it's sometimes like difficult when you know that there are like quality players, but you cannot like pick all of them for the top seeds.
Has
And-
the routine and have been that stage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and you can be #1 seed and still get like a very, very strong fighter in your first or second round, and that's what happened to Bernabeu. He's out,
Yep.
and it's Matej who advances to the quarters.
for the finals, and he's going to face the winner of the next contest, which is Andrássy Márton of Hungary and Emil Jaring of the Netherlands. That's Andrássy in a white, Judo and Jaring in blue. Jaring is seek to be setting up his favorite grip to the left side. So far, the Hungarian has been just trying to avoid the gripping exchange as he's seeking to set up his favor, but not with much luck there.
Yeah, Jaring having a good grip on the sleeve, making it difficult for the Hungarian.
Yeah, he's gonna have to look out for that because he became a bit of in a bit of a shock state and hopeless right in the last exchange. Yeah, you see how he's just trying to survive the
Yeah,
exchange, if
yeah.
anything.
The onslaught of the gripping pattern from Jaring. Yeah,
Now he's got the sleeve, seems to be in a more settled situation. Left versus left. So it's always going to be a bit of a juggle with the kumikata here. Yeah, the Hungarian got a hang of it now. It's a sleeve apiece and fighting for the rest.
Next contest of the time in 3.
Jaring broke away the sleeve and now managed to
In white representing Moldova,
it will be like
get on with two
when
hands.
when one of them
blue representing
gets
Gets the grip, yeah.
the good grip,
Fernandez Campillo.
it's yeah, like I said, they cannot get anywhere close to attacking without the
No.
proper grip, and both of them are extremely good at it, like breaking the grip, then following it up
Regaining it, yes.
with their
It
own.
was a poor attempt from the Hungarian. Yeah, that battle of the kumikata for sure, when it's the same side opponent, is always a bit more action in the gripping exchange, as opposed to when you got one each side, they happily settle for their favorite side and follow up with action. Hungarian seems to change tactic and goes around the waist for a moment with his right hand.
Nice drop by Jaring. I think it's one of the first.
Or the best, yeah, I was going to say the same. Just the first real attack that we've seen where both of them gone out of balance and actually the closest we got to an attempt for a throw.
Next contest on mat 1, men under 73 kilograms, second round. In white, representing Azerbaijan, Rashid Mamadaliyev. In blue, representing Poland, Dominic Kroll.
Just tidying up the uniform before we continue.
Tidying up. And they're good to go again.
On the joining mat, our top seed in under 66. We're not going to go anywhere, it's just a piece of information. Top seed of the under 66 is Rana of Moldova, is leading by Vasari. So there's another top seed to watch out for on mat 3, but we will stay on mat 2. Valuable contest.
Yeah.
And the spot in the quarterfinal. Yaring score?
Yes, gets the score. It's Sumigaeshi, and he goes for a juji, but couldn't get the hold of the arm. But with 48 seconds left to go, leading by Vasari, still can afford a Shido. Only a single one though, so he has to be careful. Andashi will probably try to chase him.
He's gonna go for everything and anything. He needs to come up from that position because the time is ticking, and Yaring is gonna play on that. He's gonna try, even if no attempt to actually win the fight with the Nevaza action, he's gonna make sure that he spends as much time as possible in Nevaza to
probably switching
to sit
from,
on that Vasari.
Switching from a hold down attempt to a juji, then for a shime.
Make it look as busy as possible to get the. Well, he's done the job. 4 seconds left to go.
20 odd seconds on the ground, and now with 4 seconds, it'll be Emil Yaring of the Netherlands who will advance to the quarterfinal, where he will face not number 1 seed.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. He will face Matej of Romania.
Yes. Another Hungarian judoka coming up next, Fecko Csanád, and he'll be up against Austria's Daniel Ludwig.
Next contest is the second round for men under 60 kilogram. In white, representing Hungary, Fecko Csanád. In blue, representing Austria,
In Lloyd Gibbs.
Yeah,
Coach's chair will be Robert Krawczyk, former Polish European champion and world medalist, now working for Austria.
Fecko in a white judogi and Ludwig in blue. The joining mat is it's even again, so it looks like another top seed might be in danger there. We'll keep an eye on that mat. These two athletes are fairly distant from each other. Fecko pulls Ludwig over from very, very far. But he does manage to pull his opponent over for a Kataguruma attempt. Ludwig fall onto the red side. Very distant, both of them have got this bend position, keeping away from each other.
A lot of happening, a lot of gripping, and then trying to get a little bit closer to his opponent while launching these attacks.
Ludwig, yeah.
By Daniel Ludwig.
That's Fecko setting up his favorite grip.
Yeah, nice little coaches from both of them.
Yeah.
Ludwig follows it up with a Yoko Tomoe, but couldn't get the movement, and it's very difficult to do it from a standing position without any motion.
Done enough to get a penalty. for the Hungarian,
Yeah,
though.
he probably focused more on looking busy than really threatening his opponent. But sometimes this first Shido sets up all of the remainder of the contest. Especially like when they go to seniors, when you go to the senior level, when you're like more tactically aware, you have a game plan, like first Shido for your opponent, then you can go for exchange of Shidos and stuff. And as the players grow more mature, more aware, it may happen more often. But now, nice attempt by Fechko.
None of the athletes between the two of them are really putting an effort into going first. Because almost it's just a bit of a, I'm going to try this, but I'm not going to commit to it just in case. So they're both trying bits and bobs, but none of them really going for giving it all or nothing. That was slightly better and good timing and good position. Again, the grip.
Yeah, but couldn't get the ippon part of the soi, so couldn't trap the arm. And that's probably what saved Fechko.
Yeah, otherwise that would have been
yeah, if he could get the arm trapped,
one.
he could get the upper body to the movement. Try to switch it up a bit with a kochi, kind of, but he goes for the ippon soi again, drop-sided, drop left-sided ippon soi, and it's probably going to be a second Shido for Fechko. Yeah.
Yeah, because the last couple of exchange, all he's been struggling with is that sleeve. The right sleeve. As soon as Lugap takes it, Fechko is struggling, and all he's focusing on is breaking away the grip. So there's no time or anything left for that matter for him to actually get engaged and try to throw or anything.
Lloyd also feels that he's dangerous with this left-sided soi, so he's happy to stay on one-sided grip.
Exactly.
And when he feels that Fechko is coming forward, he just drops to the ground with a little bit of rotation as well. And yeah, that's probably how he will try to finish it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
because he knows that when he drops for the soi, he's quite secure, quite safe.
So he's less likely to get a penalty, but it puts Fechko in a bad situation. Or inactive, I shouldn't really say bad, I should say inactive situation. Yeah, that's his game plan.
Winner of tatami 3, in white representing Moldova,
Couple of more of that, and Fechko might be picking up the last and final penalty.
Next contest on tatami 3, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing Italy, Leonardo.
So we're into golden score.
In blue representing
Fechko
Armenia,
in real trouble. 2 Shidos down. He has to come up with something if he wants to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. These are very, very crucial contests going through to the quarterfinal.
Yeah, goes again for this
Fechko
left-sided.
Try to counter.
Yeah, but he used his own back in the proceedings.
Of course.
So it could either go Lloyd gaps away or no way at all, so no score, but there was enough of the continuation of the soi. And he goes down.
Austria,
yeah, and he proceeds with the technique.
Another 60 kilograms, second round,
and
two.
Nice win for Lloyd Gap of Austria, and he will fight in the quarterfinal.
In blue, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ahmed Hulalic.
And he will be up against either Kanan Ismailov of Azerbaijan or Ahmed Mulalic of the host nation. It's Ismailov in white, Mulalic in blue. Nice grip by Mulalic. Goes for Yoko Tomoe. Good attempt.
Switching of direction from Ismailov, setting up for the left side, but then decides to go underneath for category 1 on the right. Immediately claims a Wazari score and the lead in this contest. Mulalic picks up a penalty as well. And Ismailov fast wraps it up with a lower Senage on the left side. Rolls Mulalic onto his back and proceeds to the quarterfinal stage of the under 60 kilo category.
Number 2 in white representing Azerbaijan, Kanan Ismailov.
Yeah, but when you have a coach like that, in the person of Elkan Mabadov, it's sometimes easier to know what to do. So Azeri's coach, world champion from 10 years ago. So Azeri has a really strong team, not only the athletes but also the coaching staff, and they are doing really well today and during the whole year, to be honest. Right, so it will be
Leo Rafailov of Israel in a white judo gi and Alexandru Tirsina of Moldova in blue.
Rafailov, Dubrovnik Senior European Cup winner from a couple of months back.
And number 2 seed today.
But we've seen like the seeding today may not mean that you're easily through to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Next contest for men under 73 kilos, second round. In white representing Romania, Adrian Surka. In blue representing Hungary, Todd Boton.
Again, a sleeve, a piece for both opponents. They both trying to set up their favor grip before making out any attempts to score. That was a slight error from Tirsina at the edge of the mat, walked out, skipped back around and just got away with it there.
Yeah, but he has to be careful. Yoko Tomoe by Rafailov, but a little bit too far. And we see if Tirsina has something in store on the ground, but he wasn't entirely convinced of the point of going into, and he gets Shido.
Rafailov seeking to settle in on the left side. Tirsina takes the threat and bend his posture. Little over 2 minutes left to go. Still no scores. All we've got is Tirsina picking up a penalty earlier. Both athletes are very cautious with their attacks.
Attempts to drop. This time a little bit closer.
The posture is not exactly favoring a positive judo.
No, Rafailov going for Yoko Tomoe again, but cannot get the movement out of his opponent.
They're very static, very paced and very distanced.
Winner tatami 3 in white representing Italy, Leonardo Valeriani. Next contest of tatami 3, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing Israel.
And that battle for the sleeve, although they are, well, not the same side opponent. Tirsina, I think, rather settles for.
Yeah, we see he goes
Or, yes.
both hands on one
hands,
side.
yeah.
He probably tries to set this Kataguruma again. Yeah, and this time
And
for
this time
Wazari,
it was close, yeah.
Yeah, you can see he readjusted from the beginning of the contest. He knew he wants to go this way, try to just get his opponent into thinking that he has the better grip. Then switched both hands on the same side and dropped for this ukiwaza or kataguruma, and he gets to wazari. Yeah, nice follow-up, nice drive. Wazari for Tirsina.
I think it was very unexpected for Rafailov from that gripping exchange, because he does go in from a quite an awkward grip around the waist.
There he goes in again. This time Rafailov is able to defend. But it shapes up pretty good for Tirsina. It's a Shido for Rafailov as well.
And he's got 30 seconds left to go to turn the table around here. Again, Tirsina got away with it twice now, walking out of the contest area.
And he'll try to make himself look busy. Tries to release the leg, but couldn't. But 21 seconds to go. He still can afford a Shido if he is not penalized for stepping out, because of obviously he could have been after the action.
After
as well.
both, yes.
A little bit of defensive posture, but that's okay. Rafailov just drops to the ground. Not really sure what to do next.
It's safe to say that it's done and dusted here. Alexandru Tirsina of Moldova is going through to the next round, which is the quarterfinal. And he's going to be up against the winner of the next contest, which will be Nazir Talibov of Azerbaijan and Emirhan Karahan of Turkey. A couple of more contests left in the under 60 round 2. I think all the categories now are in round 2. And whilst we're waiting for the next block come on the mat, just a quick reminder for our audience that the final block will start at 4 o'clock this afternoon local time.
Next contest.
Right, here we go. Talibov of Azerbaijan in white and Karahan of Turkey in blue. Again, the stake is high, is the spot to the quarterfinals.
Talibov, winner of Cluj-Napoca European Open. But Turkey team also well prepared. Especially they have like this low divisions and then the heavyweights. This is where they excel. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. Nice
Beautiful
standing
entry
throw,
there,
yeah,
yes.
by Karahan.
Slightly over-rotated, it was really good at speed and created the space for it.
Winner of tatami 3 in blue representing Azerbaijan, Ruslan Pashayev.
It's good effort again from Talibov as well.
Nice
Toshi-atan.
Yeah.
In white representing France.
Another good effort.
In blue representing
I guess
Hungary,
this contest is going to end with a huge throw.
Yeah.
Like when you see how it
That
shapes
feeling,
up,
yes.
yeah, it's like it can go to either of them, but it shapes up as some big throw is coming up.
And they're not afraid to enter.
No,
Sometimes you see that hesitation and almost
The
worry and scaredness of Atta, but these guys are going all out and leaving everything there. Another nice Nagi attempt from Karahan there.
But he's in trouble. Is the Shima on?
And the referee was in a very good position there to review the action. It's a penalty for Talibov.
Yeah, just a little bit of encouragement for him to just Yeah, and it worked.
Did the job. Did the job. Nice, Gary there. Like you said, we knew that something like that was coming. We just didn't know who he's gonna take
Yeah, they didn't hold
charge.
up. I think like the first
Absolutely.
Zoe set the tone that we go all in all the time.
Yes. Nazir Talibov benefited of that all-in situation, and he's going through to the quarterfinal stage. 2 more to go.
Yeah. Ariel Schulman of Israel against Ali Handan of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So another one of the hosts.
Representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ali Hamdan.
There we go. Schulman in a white judogi and Handan in blue. A spot in the quarterfinal. As Handan literally walked out of the contest area. Wonder if he's going to be penalized.
Yep.
Yeah.
7 seconds into it, so not the best of starts. And now it's Juji. Yeah, it's on.
With sometimes when you got the home nation, they tend to just put athletes as a chance.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
to,
sure.
So
If you can.
pretty much that's the case here. As a quick film from Ariel Schulman of Israel.
And meanwhile, down on mat 1, there is a contest of Adrian Sulka against bottom top. It's into golden scored, and it's Sulka who's in real trouble with 2 Shidos.
Okay.
And yeah, I said he's like probably my favorite pick of the weight category, but he's certainly struggling. So if you want,
Let's see if we can catch that after this one, if they will be still on it. We got the last one of round 2 in the under 60s. That Denis Tupitsky of Ukraine in a white judogi and Wake Adamian of Austria in blue. If we manage to wrap this up quick enough, then we can jump down there. That was a far attack for Adamian. He tried to go on the left for Senage, but was way far out there. Rotated literally from a right side, it's 10. He rotated all the way around to the left.
yeah, so it ended more like a Kataguruma than Soi, but the movement certainly was there, and now it's a nice Kosoto.
It did get wrapped up quite quick because Denis Tupitsky just sealed this contest. So we got our quarter finalist of the under 60 kilo category. How we doing on mat 1? Shall we?
Yeah,
We should. Yes, we could.
we could
Right.
jump there real quickly.
Yeah. And as Tomasz mentioned, this is number 3, Adrian Schulka, world junior champion, European junior champion.
Yeah, he got a great year.
And as we got here, we thought he was in trouble. Where he's holding toe down. And it's done and dusted now.
Yeah, he's going to win it. Not without any trouble, to say.
He was in pressure, like you said, and it went almost into 3 minutes of golden score. So certainly it must have been a very interesting contest. However, I have to say we're going to have to go back to mat 2 because we have the under 48 run 2. And again, the stake is a spot at the quarterfinal.
Yeah, so let's move back to mat 2. Sila Ersin of Turkey against Luka Vek of Hungary. Ersin is in white, and
In white, representing Romania, Adrian Sulka.
if I'm not wrong, she's
Vague looks
current
like.
European champion for
73 kilograms, second round.
for juniors. No, she took
Silver.
silver. Yeah, because she fought her teammate. There was like all Turkey final in that category. So silver medalist of juniors, number 1 seed here today.
Next contest of the coming 3, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white, representing Switzerland.
Ersin tried to take advantage of
In blue
Veig's long arm,
representing
she was coming forward,
Turkey,
walking into the action, but the Hungarian managed to step away from that lower Sanaga attempt of Ershin. First minutes passed by, we don't have any scores. Neither of them picked up a penalty until now.
Kind of jinxed them.
I was gonna say that. Shouldn't have said anything. Right, the penalty apiece.
Maybe say neither of them thrown up until this point, and then we'll have some great throws as well.
Veig is looking busy in the Vaza.
Winner of that one, in blue from Slovenia, Nancy Markovic. Next contest, another 73 kilograms, second round, at one, in white representing Moldova.
And Sina's been keep going for all sort of drops and Naga attempts, and Soda. I was gonna say she's a bit far out, but she managed to pull Veig's sleeve across and dive underneath, so that was good.
Yeah, good
That was a
attempt.
good effort, yes.
And from the left-sided stance, turning right this far. Great work by her. And now
Really did a good job with the Kozushi there.
yeah, she's happy to fight off the sleeves as well as regular grips. She can go both ways, dropping left and right. So, halfway through the contest, just a single Shido for each of them. But it's probably Sila Ersin who is looking a bit better. Yeah,
Yep.
it was enough.
And that was
for-
good enough for Awazari, so the Turkish pantry is in the lead now. Little under 2 minutes left to go.
She drops again.
And goes for it again, yes.
This time left-sided, so the little
It's kind of all over the
Ashiwaza.
Hungarian, really. I haven't really seen much of a threat from Veig, if I'm honest. It's more of she's trying to cope with what's happening and what's coming from Erjin, left and right. That sleeve, she's got a sleeve grip.
Yeah, and for Ersin, I think it's her first contest today, I guess. So she may have been like a little bit under pressure. She's still a junior, as I said. So you don't really know what to expect sometimes. But now she probably grew into this contest more and more, looking more comfortable. Even now with this Newaza exchange, where Veig was trying to attempt the Sankaku, she didn't really look like she was in danger.
Yeah.
It's like more and
She
more
hasn't shown any
comfortable.
worry or anything.
Just a little rearrangement of her.
Veig always goes over the top first. Seems like she's got a reasonable grip, and then she's not really utilizing on it. She just stops and waits for something to happen, and Erzin just takes charge. 38 seconds left to go.
Especially with those drops, she's lightning fast. So every time Veig has this grip, she's able to just drop either to the right or to the left, and irrespective of the grip, really. because
Yes,
she drops
absolutely.
From both sleeves.
He's not
so
worried
that-
about the gripping at all, I think, at this
she can-
stage, yeah.
Yeah, she can go from one-sided grip.
Absolutely. And the height difference as well. Veig is quite taller,
Yeah, so
and that's perfect for her. And for her
fighting style, yeah.
exactly. Right, Veig had to go for medical. We'll give it a little time and see whether it's going to take a long time or it's just a quick fix, and then make a decision on based on what we
We can
observe.
tell you what's going on other mats. It's down on mat 1. is Adil Osmanov of Moldova against Umar Demirel of Turkey. We spoke a bit about them while we were presenting what's going to happen today. And down on mat 3, it's Freddy Weitenegger of Switzerland and Balint Gombas of Hungary. So if you wish to go there, you can do so with a click of a button. Both of these contests feature seeded athletes today. Freddy Weitenegger, number 2 seed in under 66, while Adil Osmanov was probably number 5 seed. Or 6. Yeah, number 6, yeah. Couldn't see it properly.
Yeah, number 6.
And he's against Umar Demirel, who is a junior world championship medalist. So these are interesting, but we have Lukavec back.
Yeah, Veglunta is trying to chase up the remaining.
Oh.
And
she gets a score.
And that pressure.
Yeah, a little bit against the contest, how it shaped up, but really nice score by Lukavec.
It's a nice comeback, definitely.
Yeah, so Soto left-sided, and then follows that.
Beautifully controlled and followed through.
Yeah. And it opens up.
There's opens for a counter there. Just as we thought this was all going one way, rather than the other, is just going to go into code and score now. Vazaria piece and the Shido piece.
Yeah, a little bit against the flow of the contest maybe, but this is why we love judo also.
Beauty of judo, absolutely. It's the first time you see Erzin taking in charge of the gripping.
Yeah.
Because before she didn't mind way coming, doing her little kumikata, she would respond to it. And this time she thought, no, this is what I need to do. And she went over the top, controlled the left side, Uchimata, and wrapped that up. But it's the first time that I've seen Erzin initiating a gripping exchange.
And went for Uchimata instead of those drops. Probably kind of pissed off with her like going down for this Wazari.
It was certainly shocking and upsetting for her. Right, coming up next is Eva Perez Soler of Spain, and she's up against Jacqueline Springer of Austria. And the winner of this contest is going to be facing Erzin in the quarterfinal. That's the replay of our last contest, and that beautiful Uchimata that Erzin scored with to gain access to the quarterfinal. Perez Soler of Spain in a white judogi and Springer of Austria in blue.
Springer with a good grip. She tries to maintain a little bit of distance. Perez probably trying to get a little bit closer to her opponent. Readjust the grip a little. That's right versus left. Kenkayotsu situation.
That was a bit far out.
The best of attempts. Maybe attempt some turnover. Goes for Sankaku. Tries to get the hold of the arm as well. It's a little bit untidy here and there.
Yeah, I don't think there's much left here for Perez Soler. Springer is holding on to the leg. Both arms and legs, I think.
So probably not going to happen this time.
She's changed
yeah,
to
she tries to change it, but Springer has a good control over the leg.
Second round of Med 1. In white representing France, Enzo Gigoli. In blue representing Spain, Alvaro Cano Martos.
A little better drop by Springer this time, but still a little bit too far away.
And Paris Soler's elbow is also blocking it because she's got a top grip, upper grip, and Springer comes under. And so it's Paris Soler who's got that
Yeah, the control.
control, yeah. So it's itself a challenge to go through that. He needs to slightly open up that area there to go for these Morota Senage.
Yeah, she needs a little bit of movement.
Shaking, yeah, see, she needs to move her opponent a bit and open up that space to enable her to really go underneath.
Yeah, but Paris is playing wisely because she has the upper grip, but then she puts the elbow inside.
Exactly.
So she
And that's what's
controls,
blocking it, yeah.
the side of the body. So unless Springer has like a little bit of movement on the forearm and wrist especially to create the space for
Exactly.
this attack, she won't be able to throw.
Well, we're past halfway of this contest. We see Paris Soler.
Oh!
Gonna say utilizing on the height difference with different grouping structures, but that was a beautiful Ashiwaza, and she continues in Navaza just in case
Yeah.
that Ippon will be called on to
A little
hold it down to Wazari.
gesture of
That was a beautiful
sportsmanship.
piece of Ashiwaza there.
Yeah, but it's always like, you know, you see this big throws, and these are always spectacular. But for me, like properly executed Ashibarai or Okuri Ashibarai or Dashi, it's always perfect because it's all about timing and it seems so effortless. Like, you know, you just sweep the leg and your opponent goes down, and here perfect execution.
Okie dokie, moving on. Helena Graf, Germany, is going to be facing Katrina Esposito of Malta. That's our next contest in the under 48 kilo category. Run to grow in a white judogi and Esposito in blue.
Both slightly taller than their opposition, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
Tall.
Yeah, they're quite tall, yeah.
For 48.
Based on the first exchange, it seems to me that it's going to be a right versus right.
Yeah, with probably some high gripping, Ochi Uchimata maybe combinations.
Winner on net 1 in white representing France, Enzo Gibelli. Next contest on net 1, now in the women's under 52 kilograms, second round. In white, representing Germany, Annika Würfel. In blue, representing
Yeah, they're both just
yeah.
trying to fight through that
Yeah.
right versus right stand, yes.
Similar fight styles.
There's Esposito just giving and change to the left. In fact, the danger immediately switch back to right side. But in the process, she seemed to be inactive, so she picked up penalty.
Yeah, she could get passivity or even stepping out because she also at the same time stepped out of the contest area. Sodomaki Komi. And Esposito tries to turn over. Can secure the upper body and then just try to get the leg out.
Bro is holding on with everything she's
Yeah.
got. So that would be a challenge for Esposito to even secure the top half.
Yeah. So good defense by Helena Grau.
Halfway through to this contest now, still no score. Oh, we got Esposito picking up a penalty earlier on.
Right, now Esposito who goes for the cross grip, tries to get the leg inside for this Ochi, Kochi, then Uchimata.
Not a bad effort there, not bad idea, I should say. And Just need a bit more on execution, perhaps, like
Yeah, but
double step into
probably
the
more
side or
more
something.
aiming to just you know, break the grip here. And now she's into shime. Is it on? Yes, it is. So Helena Grau gets a submission. Good. Okuri eri jime for a nippon.
Winner of match 2 in white, representing Germany, Helena Grau.
Right, coming up next, we have Nevana Milic of Serbia and Ramila Aliyeva of Azerbaijan.
Kapelushnik.
Next contest of the Tammy 3, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing France, Orlando Cazorla. In blue representing Great Britain, Charlie.
So the white judogi is Milic of Serbia, and in blue that's Aliyeva of Azerbaijan. We've seen Aliyeva earlier, silver medalist of last year's under 23 European Championships. She's been there, done it.
Good
And back
gripping
for more.
exchange, yeah. Good grip exchange. Goes for the high grip, throwing little ashiwaza here and there. Tries to just
Again, we have a right versus right,
yeah,
and
yeah. She
a
tried
lot
to
of waiting
just
game there.
release the sleeve. Goes for the shime. Is it on? No. Both standing up.
There's always a bit more hesitation when we see same-sided opponents. The pace is just changes massively. Aliyeva managed to secure the sleeve really well. She's working from it now. Lots of ashiwaza, trying to
Yeah, just like switch the stance a bit, because they're standing extremely right, and it's very difficult to throw from this position. So she has to
and she played on the edge of the mat as well.
change something there, and just looking busy as well at the same time. So it's a Shido for Milic.
Winner of medal 1 in white from Germany, Annika Würfel.
Aliyeva definitely seems to be the more
Under 52 kilograms, second round on medal 1.
confident, perhaps, out of the two, and the one with more plans and
Yeah, determined. Like, even like, you know,
Yeah.
she goes for it. She tries to set the throwing techniques probably a little more, and she feels comfortable when she has the sleeve. Milic then is in real trouble.
and I think they tactically a bit more advanced as well.
Yeah, she knows definitely what to do and how to make her opponent look like less active, how to block the opponent's attacks as well. A little bit unintentional hit to the face, but yeah, it happens. Well, trying to grip, and she keeps
Nice,
hold of the
this is what she
sleeve.
was, yeah.
Probably close to scoring. She goes for the shime again. Yeah, this is nice and on, but they stood up.
Minute 30 left to go. That's the replay in the corner of the replay of the last action. And same thing what Tomasz was explaining. Aliyeva is playing the game, if you like. She's in control. She's got a good tactical skills, and that cost Milic a second penalty now.
Is it going to be a third Shido? No, it's pushing out.
Aliyeva gonna get one for pushing out.
Yeah, a little too obvious. Yeah, if you want to like get a penalty for your opponent, you have to be a little bit more covered in this, not like obvious.
So it's slightly smarter than that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Pushing with your arm straight. Nice little coachy.
Good little catch there. She's got really good Ashiwaza skills and just overall in control. Since the contest started, Milic hasn't really been able to come up with any answers for all the actions that Alieva is delivering
Yeah,
left and right.
It's not like overcommitting, not to make a mistake.
No.
You can see she's only like constantly moving around, having the better grip, throwing those Ashiwazas here and there. So a very mature performance, if you wish to call it like this, not to expose herself too much.
Winner of match 3
Just
in
knowing
white
what to do
representing
and when to do it.
Cazorla.
And having that game plan is always different for each opponent. Perhaps that's what she felt or her coach felt to be the best and
Next contest,
safest way.
second
Yeah, I
round
think
for
like when you
women
come to
under
this
66
level, you already have like a little or a little more than a little knowledge of your possible opponents, and then obviously you try to check them the night before, figure out some game plans for different kinds of player or for particular players as well, and sometimes it's it's enough. Sometimes you have to do something unexpected or unplanned, obviously. But
This very seems to be all planned out and in control.
And it seems to be working pretty well as well.
Yeah.
Just get the sleeve, then
Exactly. Work from there.
work from there. Get some ashi.
And she's all over it. She has been since the first Hajime.
Yeah, she only did one little mistake, like with pushing out, but apart from that, she looks
Fully in control.
in full control.
Right, going into golden score here. And it's a bit of a tricky one because we don't have an actual score, but she has been busy playing her tactical game.
And
they give that coach at the end. It was during an action, no pose. Nevana Milic of Serbia is going to end her day here as Alieva proceeds to the next round.
Representing Azerbaijan, Ramila Alieva.
Still got 4 contests left to see in the under 48 to see who is going to be our quarter-final lineup.
Yeah, we proceed to Pool C, so the other side of the draw.
So who do we have next, Thomas?
Yeah, it's Mireia Rodriguez Salvador of Spain against Giulia Ciglione of Italy. Giulia, okay. For the place in the borders. It's Mireia Rodriguez in white and Ciglione in blue.
Another right versus right, and
it's all over.
That's a quick one. Just as we catch our breath, Ciglione stuns her opponent. Well, I think that might go on the review. No, it will stay as it is. Is it fun? Well, Giulione is through to the quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, nice. She took the initiative here.
Yeah.
Little Cosoto, but
pushed and use that push, use that force from the Spanish opponent to score. Yes, she was pushing, and she used that momentum to stun her opponent. Right, she'll be facing even of the next contest, and that's Kőszegi Rebecca Rita of Hungary, and she's up against Konul Alieva of Azerbaijan.
I wonder if they're sisters. Yeah, maybe.
Possibly. Kőszegi in white judogi, and that's Alieva in blue.
Alieva, silver medalist of AOF this year, so still juniors, 18 years of age.
Also, drops her tempo way too far out, literally facing the opponent.
Oh, nice Sasai for a Nippon.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Sasai.
Yeah, especially when you see like right against right, this extreme stance. It's like one of the basic techniques you
Exactly.
teach in this
And
kind of
that's what- yeah.
situation. Yeah, that's what you go for.
Absolutely.
And a little push to one side, little feint, and then she sweeps. It's more even of a harai tsurikomiyashi, because you can see it's not only blocking, the leg goes really in front and sweeps the other leg, the supporting leg. So a great ippon by Alieva. And next contest will be Paulina Szlachta of Poland against Raquel Brito of Portugal.
Yeah, we seen Brito
She had
earlier.
a
That was
tough
a
contest with golden score.
yes, it was golden score, and she was under pressure with 2 penalties and came up with a win. But that's the pass we're going to watch now. Her facing Zlata of Poland.
Szlachta last week competed at national championships in Poland. She won the senior division in under 48. Kind of a preparation competition, if you wish. But it's always difficult to fight week in, week out. So let's see if she is fit enough. Nice drop, Sode, left-sided. Uchi into drop Soi.
I think there's a big high difference.
Yeah, Brito slightly taller, so Szlachta will probably try to just drop all the time. Nice switch of direction, but too far off.
And again, because of the height, Brito is not really getting out of balance. All she has to do is stab away.
I think Brito is attempting a shime, kind of like Ungvari style.
Ungvari, yeah, I was gonna say there's a version there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was on the receiving end
Oh, were you?
of Miklos Newaza skills.
I'm sure you're not the only one.
Yeah, I remember a funny situation. We had a conversation about it yesterday. That I kind of went out, so I had a complete blackout. But the refs didn't see it, so they didn't say Ippon Mate, and I had to compete. And I don't remember the fight. I only remember I fought Miklos. So I don't like this kind of techniques anymore. Yeah, but halfway through the contest, or like halfway mark, to be honest. 2 minutes left to go. Nothing on the board as of yet. Szlachta coming closer with the throws, but Brito responding really well on the ground. Now she drops for this.
It's an interesting choice of technique when your opponent is almost half the size of you.
Yeah, she goes for the shime. It's on this time. No, across the face. It seemed like she was in a good position, but the referee had a better point of view in the initial stage, so he probably saw it's across the face. Minute and a half. Solid Surika Migosha. Left side attempt, straight into a turnover. She goes for Juji now. Yeah, Brito had it covered, so to say.
Mat 3, we got top seed Marika Perisic in the under 57s. Keep a close eye on that as well.
Yeah, we'll probably move there in some near future.
Yep.
We haven't seen a lot of the action at Mat 3. today as of yet, so we'll move there in a couple of
Momentarily,
minutes.
yes.
Yeah. Let's just wrap up the under 48. It's Brito who goes for Sankaku, but the leg trapped. Kind of a hug on the behalf of Slachta. She used everything she had to
Absolutely.
hold on to the leg. And we've seen that on a couple of occasions today. So probably one of the good defenses in Newaza. That's for Sumi Gaeshi.
Nice continuance.
Yeah,
from
there
Rita.
wasn't Mate, so she was very quick to react. A good attempt.
Right, golden score it is. No score, no penalties.
Quite an open fight, both of them.
They
tried,
really attack. Yeah, they're going for it.
There she goes.
That was a good effort again from Slachta.
A good drive. This little. It used to be kind of wacky otoshi at the time, like previously when you still could grab the leg, but with a nice drive and this sweeping motion, so maybe some kind of kosotogari variant.
Yeah.
You want to be really
yeah.
precise with the names of the techniques. But a nice switch of direction. She drops again left-sided Soi. Looking busy, Slachta, but a little sloppy as well. Like
Yeah, they both like put in even amount of effort, but no threat of falling for neither of them.
switch of direction, but couldn't just guide Brito to the back or to the side. One minute into the golden score, so it's Brito's second golden score, and we've seen her coming out on top. Can she do it again? Yeah, now she tries to use the height advantage with a high both lapels grip. Bend her opponent down and then maybe throw in some uchimata. She goes for the uchimata again here.
They put the effort in, but none of the attacks are really putting anybody in any danger. The leg is helping now.
But no real progression, and Slachta wasn't looking as if she wanted to tap.
Yeah.
Certainly a good action on behalf of Brito. Close, very close.
But this might have been a nippon against a different opponent.
Yeah, of course.
Depends on, yeah. Like I said, some people are just so flexible in these jujigatama situations.
She goes for this kosoto into.
If she would have hooked the leg, perhaps.
But yeah, Brito is especially like relying on the groundwork here in this contest.
Absolutely.
Yeah, both extremely tired now.
Yeah, 7 minutes now they've been up, and that's it. And literally no penalties, no score, which really shows the equality of the contest, really.
First Judo after 7 minutes of the contest. Schlachter on the receiving end. She has to be careful in that corner. Uchimata again.
And that's Brito wraps it up with a counter there.
Yeah, Schlachter was in real trouble. She had to do something and decided to go for a left-sided Uchimata. But she goes down. And not really a rolling action. So it's kind of over-the-top skashi, mostly with your hands. So it's a proper score.
Yes, right. Last of the 48 in round 2. That's Jente Verstraeten of Belgium and Florina Bariceanu of Romania.
Yeah, Bariceanu in blue.
Verstraeten in white. And the name might be familiar because Jura is Jente's brother.
Yes.
And in the other 60, Jura is well known. Right, so that's Verstraeten in white and Bariceanu in blue. Last of the 48, round 2. And then we're gonna move to mat 3 after this contest.
Next contest of the tatami 3, second round for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Italy, Carlotta Avanzato. In blue representing Portugal,
Bariceanu, last year's cadet European Championship bronze medalist. 18 years of age. As we said, a lot of juniors competing here, accomplished already. It's great for the level of competition.
The next contest for women under 52 kilograms, second round on court 1.
Jente Verstraeten just holding off to the sleeve.
Sleeve, yeah.
She knows that she cannot
She needs to block that.
allow her opponent to grab really high.
Put her in
Yeah.
immediate pressure, yeah, immediate danger, yeah, she knows that. And exactly what Bariceanu is seeking for is going over the top on the left side, trying to pressure Verstraeten. She was attempt from the Belgian player straight into Nevaza. Slowly approaching halfway of the contest, still no penalties and nobody scored. Effort from Badinachku, but borderline of pressure on the arm.
Yeah, she has to be careful with those. A little indication that it might have went against the arm by Verstraeten. And they will have a look on that as well, probably. It is quickly dismissed by the referee.
Winner on net 1, in blue representing Switzerland, Bonan.
Attempt at turnover.
Next contest on net 1, women's under 52 kilograms, second round. In white, representing Spain, Marina Castello Diaz. In blue, representing Kosovo, Asa Uminovic.
Yeah, it's pretty representative here with gripping exchange, and all the attempts are they clash exactly the same time. Every single exchange ends in the same.
Yeah, and it comes to Badicianu wanting to having the higher grip, and Verstraeten knows that she cannot let her opponent do this. So she tries
Exactly.
to have her right hand on the lapel quite high, just to block it, and then when she feels that she's in danger, she just drops underneath.
Exactly so.
So unless some of them
Changes up,
something,
yeah, it needs to be changed up in order to have a different outcome, because so far they are both sticking to the same regime, which you've just described.
and probably the Belgian a little bit more disciplined in it. She knows that she has what she has to do, and yeah. Badicianu tries to switch the grip with those sodas, but they are way off as of now. She decided to go for both hands on the lapels.
That was a risk. That was bigger than needs to be taken. Right, 30 seconds left to go, and this contest might be going into golden score.
Verstraeten dropping, and the drive was there, just couldn't get the rotation. She didn't have the other arm to support its direction. But it's a Judo for Floriana Badicianu. And finally Verstraeten found a way to switch the direction to go the other way. And she tries that again, this time with a Seoi probably. But with
I think if she was trying with single arm, as in an actual say, I think that would be more effective than trying to
because
work
also
with the sleeve.
The sleeve also blocked her. She couldn't get the full rotation, so yeah, it was extremely difficult. But it's a nice change of direction. So now probably she feels that this is the way
There's a
to
potential,
go. Yeah,
yes, exactly.
going the other.
Pressure from Romanian fighter now. They both dancing on the edge of the mat. Again, the change of direction that you mentioned that come to her benefit. And we might not see the biggest throw of the day, but we might be seeing the progress of penalties on the other side. And like we discussed, a win is a win. She's counting on that again, but now.
Yes, she figured out that this might
What did you know? Yeah, she was expecting it.
And now,
that cost her now a penalty. So,
but maybe it'll open up a way back for the right-sided techniques right now.
Because now the Romanian fighter doesn't know which way she's gonna come.
Yeah, she started with those right-sided attempts, and she couldn't get through with them. She switched to left, but now maybe it'll open up the right side again. Sumi.
That's Badicianu picks up a second penalty, which means she's gonna come forward, because this is the time when she has nothing else left to lose. Either she picks up another one for inactivity, or she just goes for it. And the arm. That's the replay on the bottom of the screen. There is a potential Hansoguma.
Yeah.
We're gonna wait for the referee to make the final decision.
Yeah, the problem is that she tried to rotate even more, probably. She tried to go through with it, follow it up, and this was a little bit of dangerous, probably.
Yeah, the Belgian coach is showing that personally believes that it should be called.
Yeah, especially from the other angle, like from the different side, you see exactly how
Exactly,
the
yeah.
arm lands, and if she goes on the arm.
And landed on it and pressured it exactly. We are on the other side. Well, our camera view is rather on the other side. So like you said, from that angle, it was perfectly visible.
Yeah.
And it is being given to by the channel. So first starting is through to the next round, which is the quarterfinal. So we've got all our quarterfinalists of the under 48. And as promised, we're going to pop down to mat 3. We haven't had any action from Matt. Exactly. So that's Thomas, all yours.
Okay, so it's Carlotta Avanzato of Italy against Ana Aguilas of Portugal. It's Avanzato in white and Aguilas in blue.
The next contest on match 2, women under 63 kilos, second round, quarterfinal. First quarterfinal, in white representing Italy, Antonietta Palumbo. In blue representing
We might have to pop back because quarterfinals
Okay,
has
yeah.
slightly more value, so I do apologize.
Okay, I want the
We'll
same,
do
like-
some coverage.
Yeah.
On mat 3, pop back to mat 2. It's Antonietta Palumbo of Italy and Aitar Gadashkanli of Azerbaijan. We see Palumbo.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Earlier-
She had a tough contest.
Yes,
but
and
came
she
through, yeah.
disappointed top seed.
I think
Ionescu.
I think she earned the right to be shown again.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there you go. Let's give it to her then. Right.
Yeah.
Palumbo in a white, and that's Gadashkanli in blue. And that's our first quarter final of the day. And that is in the under 63 kilo category.
And then we'll move back for quarterfinals of what's going down on mat 3 later on. But the quarterfinals begin. We've seen Palumbo. Oh yeah, and she
Chimata.
kind of like repays us. With
Like,
this good grip.
Thanks for
and then-
showing me. I'll put a show on for you.
Yeah, and also Palumbo disposed of Florentina,
Exactly, yeah.
excuse me, Ivanescu in the second round, who was number 1 seed. One of the biggest upsets of the tournament so far, I think. Like
Oh, I
surprises.
can't decide between that or
Or 73.
Pelivan, yes.
Yeah. So
The two shock ones, definitely.
I think like it'll also depend on how their opponents. So the people
Well,
who took
Pelivan
them on-
versus Heg was very
yeah,
smooth.
it was like.
No effort. So, yeah, you're right in that contest.
And if like Heg loses now, so he doesn't get to a medal, it's a bigger upset probably. I can see Palumbo going like all the way probably today.
I believe so.
Final. She has shown that she's capable of fighting tactically. Also, like she has this game plan, and she can stick to it.
Exactly.
And then she also shown us that she can throw. It's in the big Uchimata on Ivanescu. So, great job on her behalf today.
Next contest of the Tammy 3, second round for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Germany, Laila Judo. In blue representing Spain, Adriana Rodriguez Salvador.
Halfway through.
Yeah, Gadash is in survivor mode, what I call it. She doesn't come up with any answers with his gripping exchange. Palumbo is pressuring her and putting in all the effort.
winner on mat 1, in white representing Hungary, Yardas Rosa.
Defensive posture.
Next contest on mat 1, it's the third round for men under 73 kilos. In white, representing Netherlands, Cohen. In blue, representing Germany, Luke
Effort from the other fighter, a bit far out. She doubles it. This time she put her hip through a bit more to get Palumbo out of balance. Still no threat for any score against the Italian fighter.
Yeah, but she tried something and nice, because the initial attempt wasn't that good, but the follow-up, readjustment of the hips, going a little bit deeper. I think the only thing lacking in this attempt was she couldn't get the kuzushi, so the bodies were too far off. Indeed,
That's another attack. have to watch out for the Hansukumaka there.
Yeah,
We've
she
just seen it at the previous contest.
Yeah, and especially when you do not get the proper kuzushi, you go against the elbow, and it's illegal. Nice Uchimata from Palombo. She had
Yeah,
to do
missed
something,
it.
even though it was like one-handed. With
Oh, she got disqualified out of balance, definitely. Yeah.
yeah. So it wasn't, maybe the aim wasn't to throw, because it's very difficult to throw Uchimata with only this lifting hand hikita, tsurita. But yeah,
was
you know,
a
it
pity
was
there.
it was a good attack, and
Yeah, that was a pity from Palumbo just to first have down. Good thing she got away with it, because
yeah, because
that would
she
put her
unbalanced.
No. in danger. Yeah, that was a work from the Italian.
In blue representing Spain, Adriana.
Right, 30 seconds left to go. A penalty apiece.
Next contest of tatami 3, second round for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Switzerland, Olivia Getsch. In blue representing Austria, Verena Kieren.
She drops again. This time it's a little better. So she's getting closer and closer with those soda attempts. She will pull down towards the ground, and then she drops in. It's still lacking a little bit of this rotation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's way far out. They line next to each other, which indicates that her hips hasn't been put into the place of scoring. She picks up a second penalty, so she potentially will be coming forward now.
Yeah, golden score.
She got an attempt from Palumbo, but her right hand is not really, she's not in control of that right hand. That's her opponent who was indeed controlling that, and she just tried to throw herself in, irrespective of the lack of grip.
Just a little poke with the leg here and there, just to check whether
Oh, that's better.
only is prone to this kind of movement more than just trying it. And she goes for Uchimata. Yeah, it is a wazari called by the referee, but
Again, we are on at the wrong side of the,
and
of the
Garda's
camera.
clearly unhappy with the decision. She doesn't feel like she landed on her side. From
If you look at the leg from our angle, like you said before, it's on the other side.
Yeah,
So
like if I had to make a decision from here, just watching from here, I probably don't give the score.
yeah,
Fortunately, the referee had a better view, and they had
Exactly.
like 2 cameras to work with, so so it's easier for them. And also, we are not referees. Fortunately, I think for those players as well.
but nevertheless,
Yeah.
it's been given, and Palumbo is through to the semi-final of the under 3 kilo category, and she'll be facing the winner of the next contest between Melody Turpin of France and Annabella Winzig of Germany. That's Turpin in a white judo gi and Winzig in blue.
Winzig really tall for the category. And both left-sided, and Turpin has a good sleeve grip right now. Pulling the arm towards the ground, but it's Winzig
nice.
with a nice one-handed Uchimata. Kind of Uchimata Makikomi movement. Yeah, so it's probably Turpin will want to hold on to the sleeve and just get it down all the time, because she knows that as soon as Winzig has the space and this arm above the body posture of her French opponent. She will launch those Uchimata attacks, maybe switch them into some Ochi or Osoto. Now she drops for a Soto Makikomi, but this was
That was more of a,
yeah, just to
what am I going to do from here?
yeah.
Right, I'll go down. That's often the case with Makikomi, is just a solution in the moment, but not necessarily something that the athlete initiated purposefully, but rather a sudden decision on the moment.
Yes, Ochi, very Vincic, and she goes for something here in Newaza. Melody Turpin is defending really well down on the ground.
All hooked
Ochi
in.
of her own. Oh, and a nice switch.
Not just come out of it, but also try to go for the score. That was a close call.
And is the shime on? Yes, it's on.
Right, yeah.
Great work by Annabelle.
Yes, it was. She was in a real danger just there. Coach Ochi possibility from Torpin. Then she tried to counter, got out of balance, managed to step out and try the Tevaza. So yeah, she's done well, following it up in Nevaza after all the actions that have been taking place. So that will Palumbo facing Wenzig in the first semi-final of the under 63 kilo category. But we'll see both Turpin and Gadashkanli back in a repechage system. Right, coming up next, that's Laura Fazlio of Kosovo, and she'll be up against Flavia Favorini of Italy. Fazlio in a white judogi and Favorini in blue.
Yeah, Fazlio today, she only had one fight, but she was totally dominant, unfazed by anything that her Lithuanian opponent threw on her. So really looking strong. Melinda Kalmendi in her coach's seat.
Uchimata attempt there. The referee was blocking it because stood there, but at a quick peek, could figure out what was it, and this was Uchimata attempt from Fazlio. Favorini is really pulling her weight back, and there's a big opportunity for Fazlio for no Uchigari there.
Yeah, because Favorini obviously feels that the main threat is the Uchimata. So you want to just lean backwards, maybe move your center of your mass towards the heels, and as soon as Fazlio switches it back, she may bury her because she was so leaning backwards.
Yeah, it was perhaps way too much of that, yeah.
But a nice footwork by Favorini. We've seen her unbalance Fazlio on a couple of occasions with those ashiwazas. Ooh, and oh, it was the referee's badge that dropped out. Yeah, it's a Shido for leg grab, but I focus on what's on the ground. Yeah, like a couple of years back, it was probably unthinkable to have something on you, but now we've seen like mobile phones getting out.
All kind of stuff flying around.
Yeah, so it was the referee's badge. So only a Shido for Favorini for a leg grab. And
I thought you were going to say only a Shido for the referee.
No, and Laura Fazlio now executes a nice Soto Bakikomi for a Nippon, and she'll fight in the semi-final. Yeah, very good performance of the Kosovian. And the last quarterfinal of under 63, it's the quarterfinal of Pool D, and will be Brigitta Varga of Hungary against Nadia Krachten of the Netherlands. It'll be Varga in white and Krachten in blue. So you can see the replay of the win by Fazlio.
Yes, like Tomasz Varga in the white judogi and Kraten in blue. We've seen both of them in the previous round.
And we've seen
All I can say, whoever wins hasn't got an easy one for the next round.
No. Olga had some problem with her knee, I guess. She wasn't like really convincing in her previous contest. She was in a little bit of trouble.
Next contest is tatami 3, second round for women under 57
And
kilograms.
it's Krachten who
In
steps
white
out.
representing
I have a feeling penalties are
Bosnia-Herzegovina,
about to fly out.
Angela Samardžić. In blue representing Austria.
Yes, Kraken picking up a penalty for stepping out of the contest area.
Defensive posture by Krachten. She had to drop to the ground to avoid getting caught with this Uchimata Ochi into Sumigaeshi combination, which Varga does. Right-sided drop Tayotoshi by Krachten, and a nice cartwheel Uchimata by Varga. She gets the circular motion out of her opponent and executes this Uchimata. My competition times we used to associate with Daniel Fernandez of France. He used to do it. Then Hugo Legrand picked that after him. This kind of Uchimata. And now we can see Brigitta Varga also trying one of her own. She goes for the Sumi, yeah.
That was effortless. That was effortless.
Yeah, and we've seen her prepare it before, like trying it with going with this very high grip over the top, trying to get the leg inside for maybe Uchimata, Uchi, and then check whether the Sumi will work, and then it works.
Effortless that was, definitely.
Yeah. So it comes from, yeah, we have this Uchimata first. This was close, really close. And yeah, the high grip, and goes down, but very, very close to her opponent. Look at her hips, they go just beneath her opponent and executes Uchimata.
Yeah. Right, we're going to stick to mat 2 because we have the quarterfinals of the under 60 kilo category coming up, and that will be Alexandru Matei, Romanian. He's going to be facing Emil Jargin of the Netherlands. And that was Matei who disappointed Bernabo Rico, top seeded as well. We did speak that some of the categories seeded is not really relevant, or not as much per house, but Matei shown a great performance on his first contest. Second, that's actually his third one. He defeated
He had a first round.
Nerserian of Armenia, then Bernabo Rico of Spain, and now he's up against Jaring.
And Alexandru Matei already has medals in cadets at the European level, so European Cadet Championships and AOF as well. So definitely not a player reckoned to be reckoned with. He tries this soda for Wazari.
Winning on mat 1, in white representing Spain,
Switches the direction.
Yes, it was quite smart and good timing as well. He's trying again. This time Jaring has a better answer to that attack. Yeah, he's seeking that sleeve. He needs that sleeve to continue doing what he started doing. But Jaring noticed that, so he's trying to avoid that by throwing his arm over the top. There is again, and Matei immediately answers to that by breaking the grip and trying to secure the sleeve.
He looks for Sori again, but from this Ayotsu situation, it's extremely far, and he just cannot get the rotation right. He probably just drops to break the action, break the sequence.
Exactly.
And Yaring now, yeah, he tries something different. He goes, instead of a sleeve, he holds to the lapel and then tries to add his left arm, so the other arm on the other side of the gi.
Yeah, they're quite impulsive in their attacks, definitely. Close call there.
Yeah, nice. What started off as like a trying to break the grip, but then he threw some little ashiwaza here and there. Oh. Oh. Was there enough of control and
Exactly,
action? Yeah.
exactly.
Because to me it looks as if he just like went to his back, but
The leg was there to hold himself off from the counter.
yeah, so maybe not really enough on behalf of Matej.
Yep.
In this.
They're just waiting for the decision from the referee now. They're going to review the action and come up with
a correct
the
decision.
final decision, exactly. Okay, so the Ippon stays. That's Alexandru Matej.
Winner of match 3 in blue representing
Yeah,
Austria,
that's the
Luca
risk
Gardner.
you take when you try to counter using your own back.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you have to be just prepared. It may not go your way.
Next contest on tatami
And
3, second round.
Which quite frankly most of the time doesn't. So yeah, now right. So Mata is in the semi-final and he's going to be faced in the middle of the next contest, and that will be Daniel Ludgab of Austria, and he's up against Kanan Ismailov of Azerbaijan. That's going to be Ludgab in the white judogi and Ismailov in blue.
Yeah, Kanan Ismailov today on fire. We've seen his contest, his previous contest, and he wasn't holding back. Like since the beginning, he goes all in, and probably Lloyd Gep will try to unsettle him with the grips, not let his Azeri opponent get close to him. We'll work on that. Nice
From a distance, but it was a reasonable coach attempt.
Yeah, so Ismailov tried a counter after that, and to me it looked like it could be.
Yeah,
could
absolutely.
be a score. But like probably both elbows were on the ground, so it should be considered a Newaza situation maybe.
I think that's exactly what's being reviewed right now, is that moment of look at being on the floor.
Yeah, but then he starts standing up, so maybe
exactly,
it's
and that
now
can be
Tachiwaza position. Yeah, so
and exactly what they are reviewing right now. They got the fortune to slow down all the action and pause and do all the necessary steps.
And I think like correct call, like both elbows on the ground, so it's a Newaza situation. And I think like it should be no score.
Another attempt from the gap there. Ismailov broke that by blocking with the hip.
Next contest of tatami 3, second
Ismailov seems to be in charge of this exchange.
in white representing Spain.
Yeah, look at his right arm just to keep his opponent at bay.
Absolutely.
Keep the distance.
Absolutely.
Ismailov trying to get
Yes, it's
over the
again the
back.
same, yeah. That was good effort there, very good effort. Secure a bit more with the arm and that would have gone right over. Ismailov picks up a penalty.
Third round for men under 73 kilogram. In white, representing Azerbaijan, Nariman Mirzayev. In blue, representing
Now Ismailov trying to get the better of the grip. Goes for Sode. And drops again. Nice sequence by Kanan Ismailov.
Yeah, halfway through now. A lot of actions. Although the scoreboard might not show that, but there was a lot of action. And again, Ismailov setting up with the same grip, change of direction. Didn't get the reaction from Loigeb that he expected, I think, with that little twitch that he initiated to then switch to the other side.
Yeah, this is the way for Loigeb.
Absolutely, he needs that left side.
Yeah, and switching forward, backward, Kochi, Soi. He was close with the Soi.
Even with the first Kochi, it was very far, but you could tell the effort was going all out. And Ismailov seals this quarterfinal.
With the drop Kataguruma.
winner of match 2 and going for the semi-finals.
Little,
In blue, representing
little
Azerbaijan,
Ashi to start it up. And then he goes down. This Yoko Sutemi.
And that side again, we said, don't give that side. And as soon as he did it,
in white, representing
pay the price for it.
Alexander Tursina. In blue,
And
representing
he used this
Azerbaijan,
grip,
Talibov.
this one-sided grip. Previously he used it for those sumigaeshis and it didn't work, so he switched. Instead of just lying on his back, he just went for this Kataguruma. And we have another Azeri player in the quarterfinal. It'll be Tirisna of Moldova against Nazir Talibov of Azerbaijan. So still there is a chance for an all-Azeri final of
Absolutely.
this category. Talibov drops for right-sided Tayotoshi.
Nice Nagatam from Talibov on the left side. That's one on the right, one on the left within the space of 30 seconds. So he's certainly causing a threat for Ticina both sides.
Winner to 21 in blue, representing Great Britain.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, excuse me.
Oh no, that was beautiful.
It was a
Beautiful.
perfect Soda
Yeah.
Surigarashi. Yeah, we've seen him going both ways,
Good control.
dropping, but then he decided, yeah, standing is the way to go. And
Exactly.
great control.
Very well controlled throughout the whole way.
And look how both of his opponent's legs just get off the ground. So the sheer power of the technique,
Absolutely.
the initial phase when he gets him off the ground, and then the rotation, perfect execution.
So we still stand a chance for an all Azeri final.
And I think this might be an Ippon of the Day contender, one of them at least. For me,
Certainly.
also some of those Ashiwaza.
The Ashiwas, I was going to say, that challenge is right. Ariel Shulman of Israel is up against Denis Tupitsky of Ukraine, and that's our last quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category.
And I think our friend and colleague Victor will have a lot of nice footage to choose
Absolutely.
from today. You can always look at our Instagram and Facebook. But there is going to be a good compilation.
Highlight.
Highlight compilation, yeah. I think Right, so we have Schumann of Israel against Tutsky of Ukraine.
They both just picked up a penalty apiece.
Yeah, a quick encouragement, just step
Absolutely,
up.
yeah. Come out of that slow pace start.
Straight into Yokushiho, but he can't get past the legs.
Little warning for the Israeli coach to abide by the rules. Might be over the first minute now. That Sutemi attempt from Schulman there. He didn't really got to Piska of balance, rather just had to brace slightly to avoid falling down, really.
Winner of net one, white representing Bulgaria, Mark Ristov.
That was a silly one from Schulman. I tell you why. He was trying to count on the edge of the mat, pushing his opponent, and he got paid the price for it because the amount of force he put into pushing the opponent, Kupitsky took advantage of it.
Yeah, and it's like
Threw him
one of
over.
the principles of judo. Like when you're being pushed, just pull, and
Yeah.
he executed it really. And
Absolutely, used the momentum.
yeah, Schumann just stepped onto this tomoe. It's not like he had to pull him really hard.
He gave it. He almost threw himself, if you like. You know what I mean? He gave it away fully.
Yeah, and then nice transition into Juji.
That's where he's pushing. You can see the pushing action, and whatever reaction was he looking for, it wasn't coming. Instead, Tupiski reacted by Tomenaga. Right, so we got our final four in the under 60. We're gonna stay on mat 2 because we got the quarterfinals coming in the under 48 kilo category next.
And it will be Sila Ersin of Turkey against Eva Perez of Spain. Seen Ersin throwing big Uchimata Sois, and she's a junior European silver medalist, losing only to her teammate in Prague. And I wonder if Eva Perez will be able to stop
Overcome, yes,
to
exactly.
stop her march for another European.
I like the
final.
word march. I very much like how you describe that. Absolutely, she's literally marched through.
Yeah, and
Her last
but she was
opponent.
upset. She was thrown by the Hungarian for a wazari in
Yeah.
the dying seconds of this
To the end, yes.
previous round. So certainly, she has been warned, and
At the wake-up call.
yeah, and also I guess Perez was watching that contest and she saw that it is possible to throw her opponent, right? So it's now Perez who is going for a juji.
Oh, there's the danger there, yeah. It's left versus left. Ersin is happy to stand right, but ultimately she wants to go up with the left hand over the top.
Yeah, but we've seen her like
And
going both ways.
Both, absolutely, yeah. She doesn't mind because
yeah.
remember,
So probably
yeah.
she just wants to pick the variant which is more uncomfortable to her opponent. Like
absolutely, yeah. She doesn't mind going left and right from any angle, really,
yeah, and
any
grip.
grips.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I think with Perez Soler, she's gonna have to watch out for lunging again over the left, as the Spanish almost waiting for it. You can tell Perez Soler is only solely comfortable on the left side. She's not even trying to go or stand on the right.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like I think Ersin threw Uchimata right-sided, so maybe, and it was like the first real attempt on like her grip in the previous round. So she may be trying to like first figure out if the dropping will work for her, and then maybe try to switch something when she has to.
I think it was left, but irrespective of whether it was left or right, she's capable of both sides. We've seen it. Yeah, that was it. We've seen her really going for both sides, and that's the conclusion that we want to come to.
Yeah, a minute and
She's
10
a
seconds.
threat, both sides. Another thing with her is that posture. Sometimes you see athletes in that posture and you think they are in disadvantage, but for her it's actually one of her comfort zone of many, being in that posture and being able to attack from there.
Okay, Turkey team screaming for a Wazari. Was there enough of Ersin's?
That was a, yeah.
Perez was quick to react and go into Newaza, but
It's certainly worth have a look at it, whether that Tawaza was enough from Ersin to gain a score, or was it a trip and fall from Perez Soler?
well,
I'll go for the trip and fall.
yeah, she attempted this Sasaya and just got on her side, but can you see the? Yeah, I think it was Ersin who was just dropping to the ground because of the attack.
Yes,
so no,
and they just fell, yeah.
Yeah. But since we have this short break for a little patch up of Perez, obviously the referees are checking it again and again. They will tell us their decision when the player goes back.
And
obviously.
it's given. We've just seen.
Yeah, but I'd probably wait until the player goes back.
I agree with you.
So that
I agree with
so
you.
that she knows she's Wazari down. Yeah. So you're not supposed
It's been
to give it.
the action's been repeated. Yeah, absolutely agree. Yes. Well, at the end of the day, Ersin is leading by Wazari. 38 seconds left to go.
Drop on the edge. She's cornered. Odd seconds. Ersin in the lead.
Yeah, Perez is now running after the last bit she's got left to.
Yeah, and Ersin
conquer.
can afford 2 penalties with 10 seconds to go. Maybe not necessarily dropping like that. Good. And I think it wasn't this bad. And if there was like no score, maybe they wouldn't give a Shido for that. This was worse, I think, and this was for a Shido, I think. But yeah, anyway, she was desperate to do something, not to get caught, and it's Sila Ersin of Turkey will fight in the semi-final of under 48.
And she's going to be up against the winner of the next contest, which will be Helena Grau of Germany and Ramila Aliyeva of Azerbaijan. They'll be Grau in white judo gi and Aliyeva in blue.
And we still have a chance for all Azeri final in 48 as well
exactly.
as 60. We've been wondering if these are sisters, because we will see Konul Aliyeva in the following contest as well.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, Helen Grau with her.
We will have an answer on that.
Yeah, little unorthodox gripping style. It's going to Shido for breaking the grip with both hands for Alieva. We've seen her doing this Ashiwaza all the time in the previous contest. She's really good at this. We didn't really see her bigger attempts, mostly grips and Ashi, which was very good. Right now, she will probably have to do something else against Helena Grau. Slightly taller and favoring this cross grips and high grips. A bit of Ashiwaza, unbalancing her German opponent.
Another medical. I think this match cursed it, Thomas. Yeah, Alieva just had to pop to see a quick medical. Well, we don't know how quick that will be, but I'll give it a little time, and if anything,
No, yeah,
we'll
if she doesn't come up,
make actions.
yeah, we will just jump to a different mat. Because down mat 1 there is a contest between Adrian Sulka of Romania against Nace Herkovic of Slovenia. Sulka had a difficult previous round contest. He was 2 Shidos down, but still managed to go on top after 7.5 minutes of contest. Definitely one to look.
Oh, that was, yes.
Yeah,
And it went had the most ways. I think it was like a minute and a half into goal line score when the first penalty even popped up. It was really even for a long time.
Yeah, and it's Sulka who wins on 3 Shidos down on mat 1. Meanwhile, on mat 3, there is a contest of Marta Garcia Martin of Spain against Tunei Capani Diaz of Italy. If you wish to watch that, just click on mat 3. And yeah, Alieva is coming back. Actually, she's having a little jog to the tatami, so she's really eager to come back and fight.
So here we go. Still plenty of time, only past the first minute of the contest. Alieva picked up a penalty.
Yeah, but it's like all even, because sometimes this kind of break may like
almost restart, isn't it, the contest?
Yeah, it's like sometimes when you're like leading or losing, and it may be like very distracting or disturbing, this kind of break. But this is like nothing really happened in that contest, so it's like a clear start.
A lot of effort from Grau. Not as much from Alieva, from my point of view.
Ashiwazas. And she probably tries to set up some soda from that. Looked like she was shaping up the soda with working off the sleeves, doing this Ashiwazas. And Grau fighting up. Oh, she has to be careful with that. Not only did she step outside, but also drop to the ground without the grip, really.
Match 3 in blue representing Turkey, Hazret Bozkurt.
Yeah, halfway through, and they're all trying to put
Next contest
the effort in.
on tatami 3, quarterfinal for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing Moldova, Radu Izvarjani. In blue representing Italy,
Another penalty for Alieva, which is going to put her under pressure, and she's most likely to come forward with anything and everything left in the tank for her, because she cannot afford another penalty right now.
And even should she score a Wazari with like minute and a half left to go, she
She's
would
still
she
under
would
pressure,
be in
absolutely.
a lot of trouble. So it's either a big one for her, for Nippon, or she's in real trouble.
She can't pause now for a second or sit back. Rao seems to be trying to utilize on that 2 yellow cards on the side of Alieva by pressuring her, indicating that she's inactive and trying to make her receive her last and final penalty.
One of the last chances for Alieva to do something. Goes for those little Asher.
There was a pushover, yes.
Yeah, first unbalanced and then try.
Yeah. Pressure from Grow again. I don't see her trying to throw, but I rather see her trying to get that red card on the board.
So a tactical match on her side. She's very disciplined. She knows what she wants to do, how she wants to do it. And just force the third Shido.
Yeah, exactly. Right, golden score it is. Alieva is keep coming forward like a little rocket pocket, bless her. She's really coming forward and pushing it and pushing it. She's really, really keeping it busy.
Yeah, but she has to. She cannot.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, she tries to force.
At this stage, I think it is about time Grow gets a penalty, because quite frankly, that last 2 exchange, she hasn't really been performing, but rather just try to make sure she stands on her legs. So then she's picked up a penalty. It also seems that Grow is kind of running out of breath a bit and getting really tired, and Alieva is sensing that, I think. And
finally she found an opening, because previously she couldn't have it. She only had this ashiwazas,
exactly.
a little bit of grip work, and when Grow became tired and a little bit sloppier with the gripping,
exactly,
she found the opening. So, like, for me, Alieva won because she was better prepared for the contest, like for the duration of the contest. She picked up 2 Shidos, obviously, but
it didn't really show in her performance of negativity or passivity. Yes, I agree with you.
Continuing with her fight style, and then she found the opening, tried this right-sided Iponsoi.
Yeah, she drilled it out, absolutely. Right, lower part of the draw is coming up next with Giulia Ciglione of Italy and Konur Aliyeva of Azerbaijan. That's our third quarterfinal. Ciglione in a white judogi and Aliyeva in blue.
the other Alieva, and with a chance to do as well as her probably sister, maybe cousin.
I'm trying to look at the face right now
Yeah.
and figure out if they look alike, to be fair.
Yeah. So they are.
Quite a common name though, so
yeah,
it's really a 50-50. We will find out nevertheless.
Yeah, but anyway, they are part of the big judo family, so
Definitely, and a potential.
Yeah.
All as finalists still stand a chance. Right versus right. That's Cigluna trying to come in from quite far. Alieva is controlling that.
She attempted the turnover as well.
Again, straight onto the right, right versus right.
Oh,
Same way that she won the last
Yeah.
contest.
perfect Sasai.
Absolutely. Same side, beautiful.
Yeah, and same like situation, right against right,
Yes,
extreme stance. It's, as we said, one of the first things you teach probably when you're in this kind of position. And she
exactly. It's almost a primary action you would
Yeah.
take.
And she executed it so beautifully.
Right, last quarterfinal of the under 48 kilo category. Raquel Brito of Portugal is going to be facing Jente Verstraeten of Belgium. It's going to be an interesting one, primarily because of the height difference.
Yeah.
Is quite a lot, if not the tallest versus the shortest, I would say, in the category right now, in this competition. Brito in white and Verstraeten in blue.
Yeah, and we have to see if Brito has something left in her tank. She had
Yeah,
2
she's-
golden scores, long fights. We've seen her performing well, especially in Newaza.
She scraped through those fights, really.
But she had to dig very deep.
I agree.
Ruslan Pashayev. In blue representing France, Maxime Gobert.
Penalty piece to start with.
A little bit of encouragement.
Exactly.
Just to do a little more or a little better.
It's Jente trying to get Brito all wrapped up.
Verstraeten dropping into this cutout oshi, maybe. Kiwaza. Couple of times. But Brito also, we saw her doing those Sutemi wazas. So, yeah.
And
It
the
looked a
previous
bit-
opponent was
yeah.
short, and we did say quite a choice of technique. But I think that I would say Jente is shorter than the last
Yeah,
opponent of
than
Brito.
Schlachta.
Yeah. They both have the advantages and disadvantages, to be
Yeah,
fair.
and like in judo, you just have to play to your advantages.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not always like the strongest, the tallest, the fastest that wins, obviously.
Absolutely.
And it often comes down to just playing to your advantage and
Exactly.
playing to your opponent's disadvantage.
Exactly.
And if you can do that, you can be successful. Yeah, and I think after this last quarterfinal of 48, we'll move down to mat 3 to see
Yes.
quarterfinals of under 66 kilogram category.
Agreed.
And yeah,
Yeah, we promised a while back.
no.
We'll finish up the 48.
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
just pop
so
back.
let-
Yeah,
yeah.
finish up the 48, and then
then we move. Yeah.
we tap into 3 after. Yeah, we just
A little bit.
planning ahead. We're just making some plans here.
Maybe just a little miscommunication on my side. Yeah, so it's Brito against Verstraeten. Single Shidos midway through the contest, and now Verstraeten picks up
Yeah,
the second
second
Shido.
one, yes. That's again, I was gonna say that's again interesting. Verstraeten is trying to pull Brito down and fold her together for her upper body, and she did manage to do that on the right side, step behind, scored for Vasari. Often people would think, why would you want to do that when you shot her? But it really works for her, and she knows what she's doing, and she folded the upper half of Brito nicely down, stepped across, and took charge of the contest for now. Anyways,
it's a minute and 20 to go, and Brito will probably now try to pressure Verstraeten into making those mistakes. She drops again for this Ukiwaza. And Verstraeten cannot afford any more Shidos, so she has to do something as well.
exactly, she can't just sit back and be like, I'm leading now, so I'm just going to try and survive. She's still got that pity situation of having two penalties as well. So,
and it's like
and a minute is a long time to survive that Shido, so she's going to have to stay in the game.
Especially since Brito's like put on 2 or 3 quite good attacks, and
and that's not going to help Verstraeten. That was borderline. She's gonna get away with that one, I think. And still a lot of time is what concerns me personally. 36 seconds, still a lot of time in this kind of situation.
No.
Brito has to do virtually nothing to
she just
to win it if it comes to it. Yeah.
But
yeah, Brito had to do absolutely nothing at this very last stage to win it.
Yeah, but I think that Brito has shown a lot of character today. Like to go through with those golden scores and golden scores. She got thrown here, but she stays in the contest, goes for the Shido, and she knows.
And I think she is fragile to be her defense is not necessarily the best, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yes, number 3, please. Correct. We promised. Yes, we're jumping. Thank you. That's number 3. But yeah, we'll see her later. But it's an interesting. Like you said, it's a character. We'll see. But it's Brito for 9 in the semis, and mat 3 under 66 kilo category. Ruslan Bashayev of Azerbaijan versus Maxime Gobert of France.
To be honest, and getting back to the Brito situation, I think she will have a lot more trouble against Valieva, because she was outstanding today.
And the pace. Brito is slow-paced, taking no time, but Valieva is the opposite. Right.
Yeah, we go to a golden score probably with 3 seconds left to go. Only single Shidos. Pashayev against Gobert of France. Oh, it's second Shido for Maxime Gobert of France. Pashayev goes for Kosoto and nearly gets countered with an Uchimata. Just couldn't get the upper body down. Never had a good position to try to counter it with his Uchimata. Ashiwaza by Ruslan Pashayev. Not the best drop Kataguruma by Gobert. He has to be careful with those. Already on 2 Shidos. And a nice switch of direction by Pashayev. Kosotogari. Really close to scoring, but Gobert landed on his front. But maybe 1 or 2 of the... Oh, he goes for Osoto. And... Ooh. That's interesting. I don't think there was enough of control on Gobert's account, but he gets Osaikomi and the leg trapped again, so...
Yeah, it was similar to the last one when we talked about he's trying to hold himself from falling, and he's the wall of the opponent of that he's falling off him. But a smart move from staying down there for the Osaikomi afterwards and not jumping up celebrating that we often see.
Yeah, but
anyhow, it's given.
Yeah. So enough of taking the initiative and enough of the control and counter. And as we said, it's always a little bit risky to counter using your back. But here, yeah, maybe he stayed on top.
Towards the end, he did that, yes. Towards the end when he landed.
And he had a control with his right arm.
Right, he is defending, and then at the end...
And he had the head
exactly,
wrapped,
at the end he realizes there was a moment of opportunity. Right. Next one up, Freddy Weisenegger of Switzerland and Daniel Kapelushnik of Israel. Weisenegger in white judogi and Kapelushnik in blue. Third quarterfinal of the under 66 kilo category.
Kapelushnik going for Sankaku, but probably felt he couldn't wrap up, use his legs properly, so he decided to leave it and continue the fight in a standing position.
Oh, that was a really good timing from Kapelushnik for the lower Sayonage. Slight loss of control over the upper half of the body, otherwise that could have been potentially a score.
Nice.
That was beautiful, yeah. Kotama exactly was that his score.
Sideway movement. Really good execution.
And going to the semi-final, in white from Spain, Ariana Toro Soler. Next quarterfinal.
A minute and a half into the contest, single Wazari.
Representing France,
Freddy Weisenegger.
representing Switzerland, Manon Monaga.
And tries to go for the turnover, get his arms beneath his opponent. He'll go on the other way. Can he rotate him? Yes, he can. And it's very difficult to go out if you have a grip like that.
Yes, it is quite tricky.
Because you either have to have like a really flexible upper part of the body, or you'd have to twist your head off.
I was gonna say otherwise there's a neck. The next option is that. Yeah, no, you're right. It's quite a tricky one to escape. And obviously, Kapelushnik didn't manage to do that this time around.
So a great job by Freddie.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very convincing win, the Yoko Tomoe for Wazari, and then a
Yeah.
neat little turnover
Next contest on tatami
for a
3,
second
quarterfinals
Wazari.
women under 66 kilograms. In white,
Last
representing
quarterfinals of the
France,
under 66 kilo category coming up next. Orlando Cazorla of France, and he's facing Anthony De Angelis of Latvia.
Yeah, Orlando Cazorla, already a Grand Slam medalist. And for me, Anthony De Angelis of Latvia, quite a surprise today. In fact,
Agree.
he beat Ibrahim Demirel, which I thought might upset Cazorla in this quarterfinal. So we didn't really see a lot of them competing.
And therefore, perhaps we can't just put this fight either, you know,
Yeah.
into it quite fast. Angelis is busy with that left arm of Cazorla.
Yeah, but he has to be
And then he gave in, yeah.
in the corner.
He gave in, yeah. Now he's still going back for it, trying to position himself to be slightly more comfortable. Now that posture doesn't look good for Cazorla at this moment. You can see the arm is really defensive.
And he goes
Gone
left
across
side
now,
of
yeah.
for Soto. He's way off. But it seems the angle is comfortable in fighting, like with those grips over the back, over the waist. And it makes Cazorla look defensive because he has to have...
It does, although you could see he was fine, but it does look a bit inactive from outside the point of view. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, nice drops right-sided Soda. And quite of uncommon name for a Latvian, I guess, Anthony.
Yeah, De Angelis, yeah, more of, unless I've seen the flag, I would say maybe Italian or, yeah. To watch out for hanging too long on that one side.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he went for a cross grip or there was a little ducking of the head, and now, ooh, Cazorla with a huge pickup for Wazari.
Yep. And wrapped it up with Chimamasa. So this was perhaps a bit too big fish to fry for now for De Angelis, but we will see him also for bronze.
For Repchak.
Exactly. So still chance for a podium spot. So we got the final lineup for our quarterfinalists in the under 66 kilo category, and now we have under 57 quarterfinals coming up next with top seed Marika Perisic of Serbia, and she's going to be facing Lotta Avanzato of Italy.
In white representing Serbia, Marika Perisic. In blue representing Italy, Carlotta Avanzato.
Now the Perisic in a white judogi and Avanzato in blue.
Yeah, Avanzato a couple of medals in cadets, especially World Championships, AOF, and European Championships as well.
Yeah, and we already discussed Perisic is a well-rounded, well-decorated athlete already. Regular attendance and medals in the IJ World Tour. And 5th place at the World last year, so she's really in the mixed. She's got her Sayanaga, it's one of her signature techniques, Perisic, and she's known to cap the pace. Fairly busy.
And especially when you're fighting Italians, you know, they will
Also
move
rock
ar-
up to that,
yeah.
absolutely. They rock up to the speed with no problem whatsoever. That's a penalty for Avanzato now. Cautious of the attack, both of them, right versus right. Again, that creation of
Yeah, the Sasai maybe.
Sasa, yeah, potentially.
This wasn't the best.
No.
It's difficult to do it without your opponent moving the direction you want. So usually I think, especially with this extreme stance, going for this Yoko Tomoe is always really
Lifting a
risky.
brick wall, isn't it? Yeah, you're gonna have to have that movement, like you said.
Perisic tries to break away.
Creating that space she needs for Senaga.
Zato quick to react with her left arm. She knows if she can hold either the lapel or the sleeve, she may block the Soi.
Absolutely, exactly. Perisic picks up a penalty, so they got a Shido each. And we just a little over 2 minutes now. Perisic always zooms into that area that she wants, so it's quite clear where she's aiming to go.
Lack of rotation, and now, yeah. Now Manzato tried to go for the strangle turnover.
Winner of match 2, going to compete in the bronze one contest in white from Italy, Flavio Favorini. Next contest on match 2 is the repechage for men under 60 kilograms.
As Perisic working her way in again for the lapel. Avanzato flies in.
Yeah, drops down.
Yeah.
But she was way off. Minute and a half.
That was a good change of plan and change of direction from Perisic there. Still far out, but at least change the setting and change
And she
the rhythm there, yeah.
I probably will now try this direction a couple of times just to set up this Soi to the other side. Sometimes you just have to, like, when your opponent knows what your main threat is.
Yeah, target, yeah.
Yeah, you should probably just like try to make them.
Oh, that was a
forget it
nice piece of
forever.
Washiwaza there. Almost got Perisic rule over for little Wasabi.
Nice Kochigari.
Good timing there.
Very fast. Nice, but really far from scoring. Seconds. Still a square at Shido each, but yeah, there is going to be a second Shido for Avanzato for dropping down.
In blue, representing Hungary, Jetta Sosa.
So Carlota Avanzato has to step up a bit. Can't afford any more Shidos.
In white, representing Netherlands, Cohen Head.
Yeah, she can't afford not to.
And Perisic prepares the Soi.
Yeah. She really zooms into that part of the body, doesn't she, when she's getting ready for that technique.
And you can see like she's trying to open up the space to
Yeah,
one side like
creating,
that,
yeah.
and then go the other way, yeah. And it's quite clear, like
Of
from our
course, yeah.
position, obviously, like you can see, yeah.
The interesting fact that you know it's coming, but she still, more often than not, does manage to, as clear as it is of what's coming and when it's coming, she still managed to
Yeah, and
get out of opponents with this.
you know, it's like we see a lot here, especially like but when you fight, you don't always feel those things, and also to process them. Like, okay, she's
Absolutely,
doing
yeah.
this to open it for that.
It's a
Takes
lot to
too mu-
process, yeah.
Too much
I was just
time.
trying to do your own
Yeah.
own thing, really, and
And
get
that's
on with your
why
judo.
so many people like just fall for it, right? Even though you know, and if you would like as a player, you would have to be in a situation when you observe the contest and you say, okay, he does that little feint to do like kosoto, so the twitch maybe. So you know that, but when you fight, you feel it completely differently, and your first
Absolutely,
reaction
yeah.
is to go.
Always easier to say things from the outside, definitely, than taking in action. Coming to the end of the first minute of this golden score is still Avanzato, who is under pressure because she's got 2 penalties and she cannot afford another one, otherwise it's going to have to be a repechage for her.
And it's going to be a Shido for
Perisic, I would say
Yeah.
so too. Very defensive.
Or both.
Both, yeah. I kind of thought Avazanto was going forward for a grip and Perisic was very defensive. That was my personal opinion, but obviously the referee thought otherwise. So that will take Perisic into the semi-final. That's it, correct. Who do we have coming up next?
Yeah, it'll be Rodriguez Salvador of Spain against Hidden of Austria.
In white representing Spain, Adriana Rodriguez Salvador. In blue representing Austria,
Number 1
Verena
seed.
Hidden.
I think it's maybe not the only, but one of the only number 1 seeds to go into the semi-final.
Still in the game, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you might be right. One of the.
Yeah, 66 no, 60
No.
no, 73 no, 48 Stila Ershin,
Well, that's it, yeah. 48 still in the
52 Annika Werfel,
And yes for 57 and the no for 63.
Yeah.
So we got half of them still in the game. That's not too bad. Right.
Yeah,
That's
it's,
Rodriguez in the white here and Hidden in blue.
Yeah, and
And
a nice
that's all
Ochi.
over.
Yeah, and nice Ochi. We've been discussing number 1 seeds, and she's through. She will face Marica Perisic of Serbia in the semi-final. So Adriana Rodriguez Salvador. Nice Uchimata, then switch into Ochigari for a straight ippon. First exchange of grips, and it's all over. And Verena Hidden will face Carlota Avanzato in the repechage. And we go to the third quarterfinal. It's Liza Grabner of Austria against Anastasia Czyżewska of Ukraine. If I remember correctly, Anastasia Czyżewska competed at the Junior European Championships in Prague.
Just going in fast, no hesitation, top right-sided grip. Grabner breaks the grip and initiates her own style on the left side, straight into Shimewaza. And the referee is letting it go, so there must be some potential there.
Yeah, from our position, I think it looks like it was.
It was over, yeah. For me, it looked like it was over the face.
Yeah, but a nice groundwork from Grabner. Anyway, she tries to secure the arm.
Yep.
Just needs a little bit more of the gi to get there. And she secures the arm. Now it's time for getting out the leg, which she probably will be able to do.
Can she bring her back?
Yeah, if
yeah.
she has the
She did
good
secure
grip,
it with the lapel. Yeah, I thought she would have a bit more control over it because she got the lapel as well. But good effort from Grabner, nevertheless. That was a good effort again. Nicely the combination.
Yeah, Grabner looking good in this contest.
Perhaps.
And
Could have
she does.
done, but
She
go on.
goes for the arm again to secure it with a lapel or a belt, but now she can be in trouble. If Czyżewska can get her head out, then Grabner might be in trouble. so close. Yeah, she's close to Kamishiho.
She decided to give away one leg,
Yeah.
secure the top, and trying to work from that angle.
Yeah, the knees out,
Yeah,
so it proceeds all the time. Yeah, and she has that.
Saikome has been called on.
Winner on the 2 going to compete for bronze in the final.
Nice work by
In blue,
Jessica. She was in real trouble. Grabner had like wrapped her arm, and she did
Correct.
all the things she did good, apart from letting go of the head,
in white from
and she
Spain,
got herself in trouble. So it's
Sarajevo.
Anastasia Czyżewska of the Ukraine
From Germany,
who will fight in the semi-final.
And our last quarterfinal of this category coming up next.
Winner on match 3 in blue representing Ukraine.
Kapani Diaz of
Anastasia
Italy is going to be
Czyżewska.
up against Bozkurt of
Equal
Turkey.
semi-final contest. Next contest, Ototami 3, quarterfinal for women under 57 kilograms. In white representing Italy, Tuani David Kapani.
Kapani Diaz in white judogi, Bozkurt in blue, last quarterfinal of the under 57 kilo category.
Yeah, Kapani Diaz disposed of Marta Garcia Martin of Spain, number 3 seed in this tournament. While Harset Bozkurt won her first fight
I was gonna
against
say,
Celia
yeah.
Bauhaus, which
Last year's winner.
yeah, last year's winner. So
A lot goes opposite to the paperwork today.
yeah, but it's really good for judo, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is what we want to see more often than not.
It's a very static start from these two.
Winner on mat 1 going to the semi-final.
We've got a
in
sleeve
white
apiece.
from France,
Seems to be
João
want to go
Pedro
left versus left. Taking their time. Penalty for
Next
Kapani.
final for men under 73 kilogram. Now on mat 1. In white representing Bulgaria, Vag Listov. In blue representing Ukraine, Nazar Kuryeshov.
Yeah, a minute into. Kapani Diaz having a good grip. Tries to
Oh, that
switch
was a
the
pity
direction.
because had such a space created by breaking the grip to initiating to go left. She had the space to go right. Fast reaction from Bozkurt stopped that. But that was a good little setup from Kapani. And that Bozkurt going in for a soda attack straight up with the top left side grip. Kapani has taken care of all matters in terms of the gripping exchange, but hasn't really come up with any attack herself.
Yeah, no real threat. Yeah.
So she's just trying to manage it for now. Again, left versus left. Bit of a setup initiated from Bozkurt.
Oh, this was better.
That was a good timing from Kapani. Kapani noticed Bozkurt is keep tapping him with that left leg, so she waited for the next initiation and
Yeah,
put her leg across. Yeah,
finds a little opening, a little space. and a half into. Still to go. And we'll be probably heading into golden score because it's really difficult to
It's very
to
slow
find
paced and static and steady. Yeah,
find something to.
there's no real threat from either side.
Yeah, we try to jinx them into throwing things like that.
So what do we have to say again?
Yeah, not much going on.
Not much going on.
So Shido now.
That's their piece. Yeah,
1
they're
minute.
very cautious. None of them really trying to put themselves forward for any danger. "45 seconds left to go, and
Oh, and this
things might get just about interesting." Exactly.
Yeah, this changes a little. So Kapani cannot afford any more Shidos. Boskurt goes for this Osoto again, left-sided attempt. And now it's going to be Kapani who has to attack. She will get the third Shido. Yeah, so she pushes, moves forward. She has a good grip
Again,
now.
not to be fooled by Boskurt's posture, because that's what she favors.
Yeah,
But none of them, effectively none of them putting in any reasonable effort to progress with a Nagekomi or such, really.
yeah, so we're into golden score.
Kapani is still under pressure, which could potentially be a change. I would expect a change in the pace from her. But instead, Boskurt is trying to game on that, yeah,
Another one of those
by attacking.
Osoto, then switch it into kind of Tayotoshi, Hatoshi maybe. And yeah, Kapani has to do something right now or else she's in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. She is busy with the gripping exchange, but she stops there. And Boskurt is gaming on that last and final penalty now. And her attacks are good enough for that.
Yeah.
So
And maybe she gets one more chance. Yeah, it's probably the last exchange. So either she does.
she needs to attack
throws
ultimately,
something, yeah,
absolutely,
but
because
yeah, it's again.
Boskurt is going, and although there's no necessary threat of falling, but there's certainly enough effort to take her opponent out of balance. Absolutely.
Right. So let's maybe quickly jump to
Mat 1, yeah, agree. And then we got semi-finals on Mat 2. So let's go Mat 1 and
yeah, it's Mark Christoph of Bulgaria against Nazar Kuleshov of the Ukraine. It's Christoph who leads by Wazari with 9 seconds left to go. Christoph, number 2 seed today. Already medalist of Grand Prix in Zagreb and also European Championships bronze medalist. So quite an accomplished fighter already. And since the number 1 seed in this category is out, he will be looking to get a goal probably. Well, his chances are significantly higher now. But even if he wins this contest and gets into the semi-final, which will happen in 2 seconds, yeah, so win for Christoph, but he will face either Adrian Sulka of Romania or Adil Osmanov of Moldova. It'll be the last.
that's a strong one, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
a strong quarterfinal.
And like as I said, for me, like in the morning, Sulka was probably the stronger from the two which are fighting now, but he had a lot of trouble today competing. He was nearly out because he was two Shidos down in the golden score. still managed to win the contest, but yeah, but it wasn't the most convincing, probably, of
No,
performances.
absolutely.
While Adil Osmanov had also a couple of strong contests, and it'll be interesting to see who will face Mark Christoph in the semi-final.
Yeah, it indeed will be. A whole lineup, if you're looking at the semi-final lap on the upper half of the draw.
upper half it'll be
Heck came through,
Yeah, and
and
Gaba.
Gaba, we did expect that, but anyhow,
Yeah, but
that would be a good one.
Yeah, and Heck was very good in his first contest with Petru Pelivan.
Exactly, so
like
not to undermine it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
2 grips, 2 throws. So
Effortless, absolutely effortless.
So I wouldn't
Come to any conclusion here prior to the. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's Sulkan Osmanov now, fighting for a spot in the semi-final.
Very tight grip exchange. Sulka goes for the Sode. Minute into the contest, no scores, no Shidos. Then Faju in the coach's seat for Adrian Sulka, my former opponent. So we know each other from the mat. Nice Osoto by Sulka. Some neat little Ashiwatas just to help him with the grip.
That was where we always. I'm sorry, that he's pushing out with the sleeve.
Yeah, well,
Could have used a bit of a feet work perhaps to
what's the interpretation?
get it done smarter, yeah. But got away with it.
Yeah, so he was a little more sneaky with that. We've seen similar fashioned pushing out.
Exactly,
maybe, so
and that turned out to be the other person receiving the penalty. But nevertheless, that's Osmanov picked up a penalty now here for walking out of the contest area and not trying to avoid Sulka's initiation of
yeah, I like
helping him to go outside of the contest area.
But I really like Sulka's grip fighting. You see, he changes the grip.
Yeah, active.
Right on the lapel, then left on the same lapel, and he can execute throws from all of those grips. So it's a really nice grip fighting. But even though he just changes the grips, it's not for the sake of just switching. He can attack.
He's got a plan with it, absolutely.
From all of those grips. Because just breaking the grip would mean that he gets the Shido for that, right? Just break, and he breaks.
No,
and
he's doing it with a plan. Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
And he goes for a different grip.
There is a plan behind that, yeah.
And a nice little drop. Sutemi Waza by Sulka. Yoko Otoshi.
Poor effort from Osmanov.
Yeah, it was fast, but it's nothing like he just twisted.
Sulka barely moved,
in his place. Nothing came out of it. Not a real threat.
Sulka goes across with one arm, hoping across for an attempt to get Osmanov out of balance. Can tell they had a few runs already. They're getting tired faster than when we saw them this morning. That's a nice effort.
Yeah, and is it
bit more pull with the hand?
Yeah, probably both hands on the mat. So Wazari and Ashido probably. Yeah, one hand was down on the mat, and then the other came. So So we have to wait and see. This is when the first one goes, or maybe even like the left arm does touch the ground.
Well, it does because
Yeah.
Suka is in control of that arm and it just went down with him.
And
We'll see the results of the decision.
yeah, difficult, tough call
Yeah.
for the refs to make.
And actually, our lead referee on the mat, he was on the other side. So what we're seeing from with the elbow touching, he perhaps couldn't have seen that, but he's got help, plenty of help at the table. So now it's
So
it's
first
no
one
score.
hand and then the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
But from the referee's position, he assumed that both of the hands were
Yeah,
at the mat on
he
the same
called
time.
it in.
Yeah, so this was better by Osmanov.
Lost control over the top half of the body.
Yeah, but a little better than the previous ones. And he got off the hook, Osmanov, no scores, and now he started attacking, so maybe a good wake-up call for him. This cancelled Wazari.
That was a moment of desperation, I think. Got a bit threatened by Suka's basic grip exchange and all that. That can be quite frustrating when your opponent does change the grip so frequently like Suka. Would have been a good little combination, but the top half of the body is still not. The kuzushi is missing, and he drops down and doesn't even try to continue the movement.
Yeah, but he was lucky he did the other part, like the follow-up, because if he didn't, he'd probably get penalized for a false attack. And when he was down on the ground, he tried to readjust, and that probably saves him from another penalty. And now it's Sulka with this Osoto combination, left side of the fort.
And I'm afraid, but we're gonna have to go to mat 2 as our first semi-final of the day is coming underway.
Yeah,
So we'll
keep you informed about.
Keep an eye, exactly. We'll keep an eye on Suka versus Osmanov, but as per mat 2, we have the first semi-final of the day. That's the under 63 kilo category, and that's going to be Palumbo of Italy versus Winzig of Germany.
Next contest of the time 3, repechage for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing Israel, Daniel Kapelushny. In blue representing Latvia, Anthony Dandelis.
Palumbo in the white judogi and Winzig in blue.
Yeah, Palumbo, quite a way into the semi-final.
Yeah, and Winzig is last year's silver medalist at the under 23 Europeans, but I think when it comes to Palumbo right now means not much since she's already upset Ivanescu #1. So just have to see how much she's got left in the tank for today. That's good effort. Oh, the hand. If she had a bit more control over the arm, that could have rolled Winzig in a bit. Right versus left. They're both very comfortable with where they are. Not so much perhaps Winzig, but she's fine with the left hand. She just keeps a fair distance until she's ready to go.
like I've been thinking. I think it's the first time Palumbo faces a left-sided player today, and I was curious how she will manage because
Yeah.
she had this game plan of not letting the lapel on her
Yes.
side, and this worked for her in her previous contest. But now Winzik, she fights a little bit differently to her
Yeah.
previous opponents, and I wonder how Palumbo can manage with that. Ooh.
Who's gonna
Winzik
go?
for the pickup? Maybe Uralagana.
Who's gonna? Nice change of direction. And I like that she continued it and didn't just try and stuck there. Feel like Winzing tried to step up the game now, but Palumbo
Yeah, good change of direction.
distracted it again, yeah. Winzing really need to react fast because Palumbo doesn't necessarily stand around for too long. She does like to attack here and there, and that's Winzing.
Yeah,
Uchimata, yeah. And even if it won't be necessarily a big score or a score, it still puts Winzing in a situation of picking up penalties bit by bit. Well, not now.
Yeah, and it was unexpected. Yeah, we thought about like Ushimata against Uchimata probably, and she decided to switch for a soda.
Soda, yeah.
And
it continues in Navaza now. She's got the arm for the Juji.
Yeah, she has a good rotation.
Trying to roll her into.
Yeah, she gets the rotation. If she can get the arm. She goes for Oseikomi. Yeah, it's tricky because you have to let go of the arm if you want to
try escape, yeah.
And then you can easily get back. Yeah.
But you see, Winzing was smart. She thought 10 seconds, I'm not going to change back to Juji and try an arm. I'm going to stay here and just time it out. That was smart.
Yeah, and a convincing win.
Yes.
And a nice change of game plan. She tried to go above for her with her left arm just to have this Uchimata position. But when she felt that Palumbo has her right arm on the lapel and she's pushing away, she decided to go
take advantage of it,
below and go with the soda. So
exactly, good. So that's Germany definitely guaranteed a medal in the under 63 kilo category. That's the replay of the actions. And
and her coach Mario Schendel, really happy with her. Friend from the competing days as well.
And now we got the next semi-final of the under 63 kilo category with Laura Fazli of Kosovo facing Varga Brigitte of Hungary. That's Fazli in a white judoki and Varga in blue.
Yeah, Fazli really convincing today.
Very
dominating.
Robust, very absolutely.
Dominating her contest. Varga already accomplished with some medals in juniors and cadets, but maybe not as convincing today.
No, I feel like
maybe she grows.
She's scraping through, but I don't think she's on top form today, if you ask me.
But sometimes, like especially if you're a champion or you want to be a champion, it's not only like you can do it on your best day.
Oh no, absolutely not. But if we just compare the two performances just today, then Fazli seemed to be much more on the ball today than Varga. But you never know. We'll see.
That's why I say like champions perform or get the result even on their worst days, and Varga has to be very good today to overcome Fazliu. Uchimata for a Wazari. Meanwhile, down on mat 1, the quarterfinal still continues.
Still continues, yeah, into the 5th minute, right. Look at the replay of the Uchimata at the left bottom of the screen.
Midway through.
Yeah, it's Uchimata versus Uchimata, really. So we just wait to see who is gonna take the next shot at it. Varga left herself open there. Could potentially end the contest. We're not in the best position to say whether it is any threat there or not, because Fazli was back of us, but since the referee called Mata, that clearly indicates that there was no threat of any Nevaza score.
And it's Adil Osmanov on in under 73 who advances to the semi-final. Just for those curious what happened there. Right, but we're back. A minute and a half left to go. It's Fazliu leading by Wazari with an Uchimata, and now Varga tries this circular movement Uchimata of her own. She hadn't had a grip in her right hand, so no real threat. And now it's Fazliu with a...
You don't want to be in that position. I was going to say that top right hand of Fazliu is a real danger. The pressure she can apply with that arm is quite incredible. That's again Uchimata attempt from Varga, but Fazliu trying to clock by rotating her opponent back, and now seeking the Nevaza.
Just to burn the clock a bit. Going for the Juji, trying to look positive, look progressing. Goes the other way. Quick look at the clock by Varga. 17 seconds left.
Last shot for Varga there.
Another shot at this Uchimata, but
lost control there.
yeah, I think maybe not lost control because Fazliu was just standing really strongly. She was anticipating that, she was prepared for that, and it's Laura Fazliu of Kosovo who will face Winzig of Germany in the final, while Brigitta Varga will have a chance on bronze medal.
Yeah, so our silver and bronze medalist. Silver from last year and bronze from the year before. It's gonna battle it out for gold in the under 63 kilo category. And coming up next, under 60 kilo category semi-final, we have Alexandru Matei of Romania and Kanan Ismailov of Azerbaijan. That would be Matei in a white judogi and Ismailov in blue. Both of them are pretty busy with the gripping exchange, not settling for less than what they're looking for, what they came for. That's an attempt from Ismailov there. From Matej over the other side, but no score.
Under 73 kilos. In white, representing Spain, Javier Peña Exhausti. In blue, for Great Britain, Ethan Nairn.
Again, quite hectic with the gripping exchange. Ismailov was trying to break the left side, but Mata is really controlling the sleeve. That's causing a bit of a distraction for Ismailov there. Ismailov is going to have to get his left arm freed to enable him to progress in this contest, because each and every exchange, kumikata exchange, Mata is in a driving seat. He's controlling that right sleeve, well, both left and right, but the left one seems to be more of a struggle for Ismailov. Approaching halfway, still no score, no penalties. Again, the kumikata is a left versus left.
She goes to bronze medal contest.
Both of them keeping it busy, but Mata really seems to be the one more
Next contest of tatami 3,
dominating.
for women under 57 kilograms. In white, representing Austria, Lisa Drabnev. In blue, representing Italy, Tuani David Kapani Diaz.
And there is Ismailov getting all of Mata just on the moment. Set up his grip finally and took the right timing to go underneath for a lower Morata Senage and stun Mata on his back. So that's Kanan Ismailov of Azerbaijan, who is the first finalist of the under 60 kilo category. And he's going to be up against the winner of the next contest, which is Nazir Talibov of Azerbaijan and Denis Lupitsky of Ukraine. So we still have a chance for an all-Azeri final. There's the replay of the action. Beautiful lower Morata Senaga on the left side, set it up and came across. As soon as he managed, for the first occasion, he managed to get rid of that sleeve control from Matai. He took advantage of it and wrapped up the contest.
Representing Azerbaijan, Nazir Talibov.
Right. So can Nazir Talibov
make it an all?
Yeah, all Azeri final.
Yeah.
He'll have to overcome Denis Lupitsky,
who was very convincing throughout the day, and especially the quarterfinal.
Yeah, and he has this good feeling, like when he's pushed, he pulls with good transition work.
His timing is something else for sure.
Yeah, good transition work into Jiu-Jitsu as well. But for me, Nazir Talibov may be the stronger of the Azeris here. We've seen him throwing around people with a wide array of techniques. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Winner of that one and going to compete for the bronze medal in the final block, Javier Peña Exhausti of Spain.
Ooh, nice. Tayotoshi.
Stunning. Stunning.
Representing Ukraine, Nazar Goryashov.
That powerful setup that he's creating
Yeah, with the movement.
with the movement is beautiful.
Pulls his opponent down 2 or 3 times, and now he stops.
Look at that! Look at the effortless.
So yeah.
Nazir Talibov makes it an all-Azeri final in the under 60 kilo category, and I have to agree with Thomas. I think Talibov looks a bit more on point today than Ismailov. But let's see.
Yeah.
When it comes to final of the same,
Yeah,
then
fighting your teammate is always
Exactly.
difficult. You know, you're like maybe they even practice together. So
Exactly.
In white from Azerbaijan.
But nevertheless, we got our finalist, and that's Ismailov versus Talibov in the under 60 kilo category. Now we're moving on to the under 48, where we got our first semi-final of the category, which is Sila Erzin of Turkey, and she's going to be up against Ramila Aliyeva of Azerbaijan. And we still stand a chance in this category to have another all honorary final. So let's see how that turns out. We've seen Erzin marching through the category in the top half, as Thomas described earlier. Very well described it. But Aliyeva have been also on top. So
yeah, and I think
see.
Erzin may suit Aliyeva's fight style. We've seen Aliyeva a lot, like using the ashiwazas to a great effort and to great effect. And Erzin was also moving around a lot. And if you want to have a nice ashiwaza, your opponent has to obviously move. So it may suit Aliyeva's style.
I just don't know if Erzin's posture that she displayed, that we discussed this, that she doesn't mind the gripping exchange and all that. I don't know if it's going to suit Aliyeva's style right now, because she will take it and take the grip and take everything with it. So she's perhaps going to have to be a bit more or less giving and a bit more knowing and structured and structured in her contest of what I want to do and what I need to do. It's the first minute of this contest. No score, neither of them picked up any penalties. That's Aliyeva over the top on the right side. Erzin's again just took what she had left with, which was a top grip across. Tried to go on the left side. But still, Erzin is still taking the leftover, and I wonder if that's going to be enough in this occasion.
Next contest is a dummy 3. Semi-final for men under 66 kilograms. In white representing Italy.
This time she's taking control of the gripping exchange. Top left side. We've seen her scoring for Uchimata.
Yeah, but here in this contest, she started with the Uchimata. Most of her previous contest, she was going for
She was
the
just
drops.
going for with the flow, yeah.
Yeah, and when she was in trouble, she used Uchimata. But now she has a certain game plan, trying to get the high left grip and then go for the Uchimata, and it results in a Shido for Aliyeva.
That's Aliyeva didn't like that Shido coming.
She tries to step in for the Uchimata again.
Halfway through now.
She goes again for the high grip. Steps into the Uchimata and nearly gets countered. Nice footwork by Aliyeva. She's always dangerous with those foot sweeps.
See, I don't know if Uchimata is the one for this, but let's see. Because Aliyeva is very comfortable with that, and she's ready for the pickup and all that. I wonder if one of the drop, especially to the right side, since Aliyeva favors right too, I wonder if Erzin's right-sided drop would actually be a better solution, but
Yeah,
time will tell.
Yeah, maybe she tries to prepare it, like, you know, first focus on the Uchimatas, so that her opponent Aliyeva is like anticipating the Uchimata coming here, and then maybe switch direction.
Yeah. Well, we are into the last minute now. All we got is so far is Aliyeva picked up a penalty earlier, as in trying to drive through that attack again. Whether it works or not, in all fairness, Erzin is the one putting in the attacks anyhow, so
Yeah.
Alieva stands a chance to pick up another penalty.
Drops the left side of the fort, not a real threat. Just tries to pile up the attacks now. Force the second Judo. Ashiwaza again. And she tried to go for a Kurieri, but the lapel was across the face. She goes for the Uchimata again, nearly gets countered.
Nearly gets countered.
Yeah, so Alieva obviously already has a feel for this Uchimata.
I'm trying to come up with a solution against it absolutely well. I think it's safe to say we're going to be going into golden score. We have another semi-final on the joining mat that actually just ended by Maxim Gobert of France winning it in the under 66 kilo category. That's just to inform
with
our audience.
Kurieri Hime against Valeriani of Italy. So probably to spice it up a bit, it's Alieva who gets another Judo.
Now we are action.
Yeah, so she can't afford anymore.
She's
So
gonna have to go forward.
maybe even risk it with her attacks.
That could work in her favor.
Yeah.
That risk could easily work in her favor, but she needs to somehow stop Erzin coming in with those Uchimata, because as much as we don't see that happening or coming out for a score, it is putting Alieva in an inactive situation.
White representing Switzerland, Freddy Weizenegger. In blue representing France, Orlando Cazorla.
Again,
Yeah,
counter opportunity, and
yeah, but it makes.
but she's not attacking.
Yeah,
and that's primary goal exactly.
and it makes Ershin look the more active one.
Absolutely.
Those Uchimatas are not really close to scoring, but these are good attempts. And yeah, she'll go again probably for the Uchimata.
And she just put it through.
We can hear both sets of supporters.
Of course. One says sorry, the other one says no.
No, the other says Judo.
Oh, there you go.
And who is right in this situation?
There is one way to find out. Oh,
No one.
no one.
So probably one more chance for Alieva. If Ershin goes for the Uchimata again, and Alieva doesn't come up with with a counter.
And there it is,
Oh.
finally.
Yeah, but a
Took her
great
5.5 minutes drilling it, but she got the hang of it.
yeah. So no all Azeri final.
Yeah, that's
48.
true.
And
One of our only #1 seeds so far through to the final, I think. Might be wrong, but just for now, I think she's the first and only one.
yeah, Marisa Perisic will have a chance,
Yeah.
and later also Annika Würfel of Germany will have a chance.
Right. Coming up next is the second semi-final of the under 48 kilo category, and that's Konualayeva of Azerbaijan and Reiko Brito of Portugal.
In white representing
And I think we are up for a big, another big Sasai day.
Cazorla from France goes to bronze
Yeah,
medal.
Brito had a very tough fight today.
Yes, she scraped through them, but I don't know if she's got enough.
Yeah, well,
Alieva doesn't
Alieva,
stand around to scrape through fights.
no,
Next contest on tatami 3, semi-final for women under 57
she
kilograms.
drops
In white representing Serbia, Marica Perišić. In blue representing
for
Spain,
Yoko Utoshi
Adriana
here.
Rodriguez Salvador.
Como Alieva. She had 2 convincing wins today, Alieva. For maybe around 2 minutes total. She goes for Uchimata here.
There's a replay there.
Meanwhile, on mat 3, we have a semi-final in under 57. Marica Perišić against Adriana Rodriguez of Spain. If you want to see that, just click on mat 3. We'll stay here for the last contest of 48 kilogram category. So the last semi-final and also the last contest on mat 2 in the elimination block. Nice Uchimata by Alieva, really close to scoring. She's looking really bright today. Just lacked a little bit of follow-up, a little bit of drive at the final stage of the throw. Now Brito has a good grip and goes for the Sasai again, Alieva. But at the same time, Brito attempted Sumigaeshi. We approach the midway point of this contest. Brito again with Sumigaeshi straight into Jujigatame. Can she get the arm out and rotate her opponent? I don't think so, but now maybe. No real progression here.
It was a good effort from Brito, nevertheless.
Yeah, and we've seen her like on the ground. It's where she excels, so probably she has a greater chance of succeeding in Newaza in this contest.
I couldn't agree more, yeah. I have to say she's doing much more of Tashiwaza work and more of the attack itself than in her previous contest.
Yeah. And she's certainly shown a lot of character today, going twice through the golden score.
That's the longest time Alieva has been on the mat today.
And it's probably still the shortest Brito.
Exactly.
On the mat, yeah.
Yeah, Brito just more engaged, more dominant. She just used to settle for whatever comes in the previous contest and just go with it. But now she has a better structure against Alieva. Good effort there. Good change of direction.
Ooh, this was dangerous.
Again, Navaza. The referee.
Winner and the finalist in the
Called
under
Mata.
57 kilogram weight category in white from Serbia, Marica Perišić.
Probably seeing a little bit of blood here and there, so a little
Go to bronze
touch
medal.
up.
Next contest of the time in 3, semi-final for women under
It's
57
Brito, one of
kilogram category.
quick medical attention.
Yeah, so maybe let's.
Perisic won her contest in the meantime, just updating because we mentioned that she was one of the top seeds still with the potential to proceed with to the final, and she indeed proceeded. So perhaps we could
Yeah, maybe we'll
have a look at
to
Mat 3 in the meantime and see who is going to join her in the final in the under 57 kilo category. And that's either going to be Chivjaska of Ukraine or Bozkurt of Turkey. And that's Bozkurt of Turkey who is going to join Perisic.
We made a good call for a quick jump. Maybe let's see the replay, because Brito is still missing from Mat 2, so we'll have a chance to.
We go back to, but we could perhaps see the replay,
Yeah,
and after that move back to Mat to have a look at if Brito is back yet. All the actions have been concluded on Mat 3, by the way. So we got Mat 1 and Mat 2 still in action today.
Okay, let's jump to Mat 2 because Brito is back.
So that's Mat 2 now, and we still have the semi-final, the second semi-final of the under 48 kilo category, Alieva versus Brito. They've been at it. A lot of good attack from both athletes. 20 seconds left to go from the clear contest time.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. No Shidos, no scores. Pretty open contest, and now a good right-sided Osoto by
Yep, that was good.
Brito. Was it enough for a score? She's in trouble now, but the clock ran off and the referee didn't see it, so it shouldn't count probably. But was that enough for a score? You can see the replay. We only see one hand from our perspective, so it's difficult to call. Should have to drop again.
Yes, we're in the golden score, and joining Mat, we go head-to-head semi-final.
And it's quite an open affair.
Yeah, and there's not much left to go in our preliminary round, so those of you who need to shoot off and come back, it's 4 o'clock again. Reminder, 4 o'clock local time.
Yeah, tune in
For
just
the
before
final
4
block.
for a quick recap of the elimination round.
Dear Judo friends, as we have concluded the preliminaries on Mat 3 already, here is information about our time schedule. The final block of today's competition will start at 4 p.m. Start of today's final
Alieva
block
close to
at
scoring with
4
this
p.m.
Sotomaki Komi. Started off as a far-sided.
Yeah, that was very close call. Bit more Kuzushi.
Minute into the golden score. Yeah, and I wonder if Brito has something in her tank still.
Yeah,
those
she
golden
said.
scores. We've seen her doing pretty well in the golden scores, but it piles up.
Absolutely.
One golden score, then the other.
And the breaks getting shorter and shorter as you progress in the day, so yeah.
Oh. I wonder how her foot is in there. Difficult situation for Alieva. Nice little kochigari, and Brito drops down. Meanwhile, down on mat 1, it's Ariane Toro Soler of Spain who wins her contest. And
Taking out Wilfer, isn't it?
yeah,
For a spot in the final. Wilfer was the top seed.
Soto Gaeshi by Alieva.
On mat 1 on the second semi-final for women under 52 kilos. In white, representing France, Leonie Gonzalez. In blue, representing Hungary.
Not much between the two. 2 minutes into the golden score. Alieva tries to set up this Uchimata. She goes through her shoulder.
Yeah. She just
Yeah,
the shoulder.
Yeah, she was
Looked a bit.
lucky enough.
Yes. Looked as if she will dive through her head, but she
Somehow
changed
managed.
changed the direction of her body posture just on time.
And now Osoto by Brito. She got close on 1 or 2 occasions before.
Well, at least if Brito makes it through, she'll have a reasonable amount of rest now between now and her final.
Three minutes into the golden score. Left-sided soda attempt, and yeah, they are looking if there wasn't a foot sweep from the backwards. That's what Alieva also indicated. That's what happened. So sweep of the support leg from behind and from inside, for that matter. This looks okay, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that one there, yeah. And she stopped immediately, didn't she?
Yeah, so she didn't fall on her front,
Yeah.
but there was this little movement, but
Yeah.
it's not enough of a sweep. It was accidental. So nothing wrong with that. She goes for the kochi again. Good grip, Uchimata.
Uh-oh. Lucky over long legs, I think, because some of these Alievas, some of the attacks Uchimata has from Alieva, they're quite strong and put together. Should Brito be shorter, I think
Yeah,
these attacks would have gone
at least one of
over,
them.
yeah.
Drop, and she's in trouble.
She
Osaikomi.
pushed
yeah.
over, definitely, yeah. The question is, has she got enough left in the tank to roll
Yeah, and it's
Alieva back and
she tries for a turnover.
4 minutes past now, so like 8 minutes they've been buttoning it out. And what's interesting, no penalties.
Yeah.
That shows the activity of the contest. No penalties, but neither scores.
For the Uchimata again. A good grip by Alieva, and Brito drops. Yeah, we've seen her doing that. Maybe not
Yep.
like great attempts, not scoring,
But always takes the opponent out of balance, which is what's interesting. And there she's working in Navata again.
5 minutes into the golden score. I think it's the longest
Yeah,
contest.
I think so too.
Maybe
Longest
from
one.
the ones we have seen.
Of course, the ones we followed, absolutely.
I think Sulka
Ah,
couple of those longer fights as well.
that's again a Juji. Does she have enough energy at all to make it work in Nevada? That's the question. Well, she's certainly making the effort. Though Saikomi has been called on.
Yeah.
The leg is trapped now, so it's gonna have to be Toketa. And again.
And
Oh.
now, for a second, I thought that Alieva may grab.
Have the chance, exactly. That's another minute gone whilst they were busy in the waza.
Yeah, but for me, Brito, yeah, you know, so many golden scores, so long fights, and still she's in this fight.
And she's putting the effort, not
Yeah.
just trying to stand on her legs. Absolutely,
No,
she's putting the effort,
she's still
both
fighting.
standing and the ground and the waza. So that's quite an effort.
And she drops again, unbalances her opponent, so it's not a drop.
Our cameraman needs to tilt that camera a bit higher so we can actually see the face of the athletes. Shall we just say Brito is too tall for the camera? There you go. So into the 7th minute of this golden score contest, no score, no penalties whatsoever. Another rotam from Brito Sumigashi this time.
Yeah, both extremely tired, but Brito stood up really
Still
quickly.
going, exactly, they're still going.
Yes.
That was slightly poor
Yeah,
attack.
sloppy.
Yeah. Alieva seems to be more exhausted out of the two, but
Yeah.
top of that, she's
She probably got a knee.
yeah,
to
got
her.
a knee, I think, yeah, accidentally, but that was
But yeah.
genuine.
anyway,
Yeah, that was
for
genuine.
her, it was like a reason to have a
A short break, yeah.
She goes for Osoto.
Yeah, she's taking advantage of that back push. I think Alieva is running over gas right now. Picking up a penalty there.
In white, blue from Hungary, Giertas Rosa. European Sarajevo of France will compete for bronze. Now, the semi-final from men under 73 kilograms. Please welcome a white from Netherlands, Corinne Heff. In blue from Netherlands. In blue from France, Jean-Benjamin Gabin.
That's Brito going over the top. That was a close
Okay,
call, and
Saikomi.
she managed to come away from that throw and
Oh,
try to
so close.
fetch an Osaikomi there, but Alieva turned out of it.
Okay, and meanwhile on mat 1 we have semi-finals of under 73 kilogram category where Jean-Benjamin Gabin faces Ken Heg of the Netherlands.
Yeah,
So if you wish.
bound to be a good one, I think, but you never know really. Here we are approaching the end of 8 minutes of this golden score contest. All we got is Alieva picking up a penalty. That was a good effort from Brito again. Also to Gary, a little bit of a danger in Navaza now.
And
Her
the
arm stuck
yeah.
there, and
And can she get us?
what a shame.
What?
After all the good effort. She's not giving it up. She's not going to give it easy.
So close.
She seems to be the one more active and the one with the upper hand in the last 2 minutes at least.
Yeah. Nice Uchimata by Alieva.
Yeah. They're both exhausted.
Yeah. I don't envy them.
Not at all.
12 and a half minutes already fighting, so they are probably more than 15 on the mat. They had a short break for the patch-up, so maybe closer to 18 or 17 already there. So it's exhausting.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh,
nice Kochigari by Alieva, but yeah, Brito for me deserves.
oh yeah, she's
She
been a
deserves a medal
superstar.
just for all the golden scores and all the
Yeah,
stuff.
oh, what a pity.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. That's Konurayeva, who is going through to the final of the under 48 kilo category, and we're going to pop down to mat one. We got our last two contests of the preliminaries this morning, and that two contests will be the both semi-final of the under 73 kilo category. Koenhaag of the Netherlands were in the white judogi, and Jean-Benjamin Gaba of France in blue, and that's mat one.
Yeah, no scores, no shidos. 2.5 minutes into the contest, approaching the
Yep.
3-minute mark. A nice combination by Hag. Starts off as a kataguruma, then stands up and goes different direction with a kochi. Hag won his first match in the second round against Petru Pelivan, the number 1 seed in this category. While Gamba, number 4 seed, won against Mikhail Bakabashvili of Georgia in his first round, and then had a couple of more of those. And here they are in the semi-final. Single Shido against Gaba. No, Heck tried to attempt a little turnover, but couldn't get the arms beneath his opponent. Yeah, so we're into the golden score. Single Shido against Gaba. Strong right against left situation. Kayotsu now Gaba with a left side at Tayotoshi, but lost the sleeve, the hikite, and couldn't rotate his opponent, but a nice kinsa, so to say. All right,
That
side.
was excellent effort there. Continuous movement, and it paid off.
Great, great stuff from Gaba. from left-sided stance into right. Kind of soda for Wazari. And it is Gaba Jean Benjamin who will fight for gold medal and can have a chance on bronze.
Yeah, so Gaba is through to the final of the under 73 kilo category, and he's going to face the winner of the next contest and our last contest of this preliminary round, and that's going to be Mark Ristov of Bulgaria versus Adil Osmanov of Moldavia.
Yeah, great stuff from Gaba. Switch of direction. Quite a rotation.
It's the second semi-final for
Around, I don't know, 270 degrees required for execution of this
I
throw.
like the specific. Right, Ristov in a white judogi representing Bulgaria and Osmanov in blue for Moldavia.
Yeah, Osmanov had a really tight contest in quarterfinal against Romania's Sulka. Christoph also a couple of convincing victories against Georgi Chikelidze of Georgia, then Turpal Jokayev of Finland, and finally in the quarter against Nazar Kulieshev of the Ukraine. While Osmanov disposed of Umalt Demiral of Turkey, Enzo Ghibelli of France, and Adrian Sulka of Romania on their way to the semi-finals.
Ristov is busy in the Vaza now.
Yeah,
Had a
attempting
couple of chances.
some turnovers.
Osmanov, yeah, missed the arm, and that's why couldn't get a finish to it.
Osmanov has to be careful not to step out of the mat in the corner, and now then some kind of a pickup. But Christoph is already on the ground.
Doesn't look like it's going to be a walk in the park for Ristov.
Yeah, it's Shido for dropping down. Kataguruma by Osmanov.
Again, the chance, that's the same thing that he missed primarily. He does manage to get Osmanov over, but still nothing significant
Didn't
there.
have the good connection there. The roll. Drops one way, then the other. Certainly, Osmanov looking busier of the two. Again, left-sided and right-sided drop. And
Second penalty, straight to Ristov. It's going to open up,
yeah, he has to do something now.
change the pace of the contest. Oh, watch the edge of the mat. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he was lucky.
That could be a pity mistake there.
Yeah, but with kind of an attack, he started with this Tayotoshi, then went into Kochi. That's probably what saved him from the third penalty. And now it's Osmanov's right-sided drop Tayotoshi, but a bit off his opponent.
Oh, good.
Yeah, little.
Good, I thought she was at him, but didn't think that he was attempted to take him out of balance rather than just distract him and setting him up for another throw.
And he goes for the turnover. Right. Minute and 10 seconds left. 2 Shidos against Mark Christoph, and he has to do something, or else he's going to pick the third and final one. No, was there
There is a something.
was this enough of a counter?
Oh, the coach is certainly claiming Vasari.
Yeah, and now, he's in
careful
trouble.
there, careful there.
Sekomi.
He's got the leg trapped, that's why the referee called
But only on toes.
But literally on toes.
Yeah. Now Osmanov protesting a bit.
You got the replay there, but it's clear that there's no score for nobody there.
Oh, and a nice drop again by Osmanov. Yeah, so probably last chance for Christoph. Couple of good attacks by Osmanov. He had the hold down for a couple of seconds. Clearly the more active of the two. Another attempt at some turnover.
Gordon score it is now.
Oh, close. Yeah, Christoph was trying to set something up, but Osmanov was just a step ahead with this left-sided drop soda. He does that again and nearly gets countered. Christoph on the arm for a juji, but couldn't secure the arm lock.
Osmanov is the one that has got less gas left in the tank for sure.
Right.
Or at least by the look of it.
Yeah, both extremely tired, figuring out what to do. Nice little twitch by Christoph, and Osmanov.
Yeah, that was a very
drops,
poor attempt, from Osmanov. He's got Shido on his way. Right, into the second minute of this Gordon score contest.
A little
The coach.
calming down for the coach.
Yeah, Osmanov was just throwing himself left and right, but not really.
And it's the risk. You see,
He's putting himself in a really bad position because he's picking up now a second penalty soon if he continues doing that, and then it's really just...
Yeah, but he couldn't force the third Shido, and he's probably like, out of steam by the moment, and now he's making a lot of mistakes, trying to force the third Shido, and he can get...
Now that was
himself
better, yeah.
Second Shido, this was a good attempt.
Who's screaming?
Mazari, she denied.
And all sorts going on there in the audience. Right, into the third minute then. Still 2-1 on penalties. Christoph picked up 2, Osmanov picked up 1. Let's Christoph keep going forward for obvious reasons.
And
And tries to counter Osmanov. The whole Bulgarian team moves with him and the audience.
maybe now. Oh,
Beautiful.
it's. Yeah, we have to see a replay of that, but yeah, like from the first impression. should
Yeah,
have
I'll
scored
say
the free
score,
throw.
yeah.
He steps, yeah.
Let's see where his hand was.
Yeah, only think maybe some leg grab.
Yeah, that's what
Off.
I'm trying to figure out with that. Where was his hand? Or whether it's one of those where what we've been talking about all day, where somebody's trying to counter at the cost of their back and ends up losing a
Yeah,
contest over
yeah,
it.
for me, obviously not a point for Osmanov because he
No, of
lands
course
first.
not.
Yeah,
But he initiated, and that's what we keep talking about, the cost that the price that you pay for trying to counter on your back. Right, Mark Christoph is in the final of the under 73 kilogram category, and with these images playing up next, we would like to thank you for your attention this morning. And we'll be back just before 4 o'clock to do a little recap of the preliminaries. But anyhow, we'll see you 4 o'clock for the final block. It's goodbye for now.
get some refreshments, maybe some lunch, and tune in before 4.
I need all the wins, yeah, yeah.